Ruiz.
Good morning, everyone. Those participating online, as well as those who are present with me this morning. Really nice to see you, and I'm really happy to welcome you to our inaugural TechFest Summit today. This unique one-day event is meant to spread awareness about all of the different supports that are available to people supported by DDS, their families, their support teams, so that you have an opportunity today to really get out, experience the technology. We have a room full out here of amazing technology experts who have brought things with them that you can try out today, experience what that technology is, and how technology can really be used to enhance the lives of people that we support with intellectual and developmental disabilities. As all of us know, DDS's mission is to provide innovative, high-quality services that enable people with disabilities to lead meaningful, productive lives as members of their community in all parts of the District of Columbia. And our commitment to Tech First really advances this mission because we're looking through technology to really enhance the tools that are there available to help people with disabilities live more independently and lead meaningful lives in their community. Many of us just take technology for granted. We don't even notice the extent to which technology affects our everyday life or how reliant we are. In one moment, if you don't have your cell phone, you realize how reliant you've become on technology. Unfortunately, we haven't always made sure that people with disabilities have kept pace with us to have all of the technology available that could support them in maintaining independence in their lives as well. And so today we've really brought together a group of folks who can help all of us see all the different ways that technology could be used to support people in their lives. Unfortunately, today, Mayor Bowser was unable to join us in person, but she was very excited about our technology initiative. In fact, one of our initiatives she took on as a district initiative in our telehealth initiative to bring health supports to people that we support across the city. And so in recognition of today, she did ask that I share this proclamation with people, recognizing Technology First State Day. Whereas many Washingtonians encounter obstacles in their daily lives that can be overcome through the introduction of technology, and whereas innovative and enabling technology such as assistive technology, remote supports, smart home technology, mobile applications, health-related technology, communication technology, and other emerging technologies can positively impact the lives of everyone, but especially children and adults with disabilities and our seniors. And whereas we recognize that assistive and enabling technologies can support people in living more independently, gaining and maintaining employment, and participating in community life, thereby allowing residents the opportunity to contribute to their workplace, their families, the economy, and their communities. And whereas technology can supplement and enhance the services provided to Washingtonians to allow them to live safely, successfully, and independently. And whereas we commit to a Technology First State initiative led by the District Department on Disability Services to ensure that technology is considered when planning an individual's supports and services, and that technology is integrated into reimbursable services when possible. Now, therefore, I, the Mayor of Washington, D.C., do hereby claim August 16, 2022 as Technology First State Day in Washington, D.C., and highlight for all Washingtonians the significant benefit technology has for people with disabilities, older adults, their families, employers, direct support professionals, and communities across the District of Columbia. And I just want to say Mayor Bowser's proclamation really underscores our commitment to using technology to build more inclusive and an equitable future for all Washingtonians of all abilities. We seem to be missing a slide. So, yep. Unfortunately, our next slide isn't here. However, we worked with a team of stakeholders to develop a Tech First logo, which you will see on people's shirts around here. All of our volunteers are wearing the shirts with our new logo for Tech First, which we really want to thank the stakeholders who worked with us to develop this. And the idea was to develop an image that would really communicate what our initiative is about, which is about moving the people we support into the future through greater utilization of technology and creating opportunities for all people supported to live more independently, more independent, self-directed lives. So I really want to thank you all for coming, for participating online. I want to thank all of our presenters who are here today, as well as the folks, the exhibitors who are outside. I hope you have the opportunity to learn a whole lot today about technology that's available that really will help support the people that we support at DDS in living more independent, engaged lives in the community. So next up is our featured speaker today, and Donald will do the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Reese. Very pivotal day for the district. As you stated, this is one step forward for our initiative. And speaking of pushing Tech First initiatives forward for many disability services nationally, I just want to take a moment of silence for someone who was very pivotal to the movement of Tech First. On July 1st, we lost Dustin Wright, founder of Disability Cocoon. He was responsible for not only collaborating with the district on how we push Tech First forward, but also nationally with other states. So if we could just, we are in the library, but if we can just even tone it down again and give a 10 seconds moment of silence in memory of Dustin Wright. Thank you. As I stated, Dustin was key for a lot of states. And, if you ever met Dustin Wright, one thing for sure he laid his hat on was being a direct support professional. And 20 years of doing that, what that taught him as far as the need for tech to enable people to live independently. And we really thank him. I'm sure a lot of the fellow states in the tech consortium thank him as well as a lot of the exhibitors out here. This great list of exhibitors we have here today is because of the relationship with Dustin Wright and being that broker with those relationships. Speaking of the Tech First Consortium Group, today we have Harold Sloves. And he's our keynote speaker for today at Tech First 2022. Harold Sloves is very well known nationally as being an innovator in his own right when it comes to Tech First. He was with Tennessee's Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, where he pushed forward a lot of innovative programs and really getting tech utilization up in Tennessee. Also been a resource to the district and fellow states. So if everyone could give a round of applause for Mr. Sloves as he joins the stage.
I'm gonna leave that photo up for a minute. I'm joking. First of all, thank you, Donald, for allowing me to be here today. And secondly, just to amplify my feelings about Dustin Wright. He was a colleague, a mentor, a pioneer, but above and beyond everything else, he was one of the kindest, most generous people I've ever known. And I really miss him. And I try to honor him in my work every day. So I just wanted to say that. I think of him all the time. So let's talk about, Donald gave me 40 minutes to cover 5 years of hard work. So I'm gonna jump into it quickly, but I do want to just lay out a couple of things at the front. What I'm presenting to you is not meant to be a recipe, cookie cutter stuff. It represents what we did when I was with the state of Tennessee and what we believed. We're going to talk about some terminology, which may or may not match what you're doing here in the district. But again, I'm expressing a point of view and some opportunities perhaps to facilitate some internal dialogue and debate. So let's get going. Big picture first. And of course, the larger point is each state has its own history and culture. I mean, so how we did it in Tennessee won't work in Jersey. I'm pretty sure of that. So in Tennessee, decades of federal class action lawsuits. So when that happens, the state, the jurisdiction becomes very risk averse. If you play sports, you don't really do well when you play not to make a mistake, but that's what it became. And the other part of it is unintentionally, but by virtue of reacting to these lawsuits, we really created a paternalistic system and environment where in many cases, more staff were deemed better than less staff. And in so doing, we created a culture of dependence. So today I'm going to talk about pre-COVID life, if we can remember that, and also entering the COVID pandemic world, just to sort of talk about the comparison and the contrast between the two. So in Tennessee, again, finally settled the lawsuits, but enrollment to the two large 1915C waivers was ended, and managed care, 3 MCOs entered the arena, which I'm sure you know is a very different reimbursement methodology, much more personalized staffing. And this was in an environment, if you think the workforce crisis happened after COVID, that's just not true. We had Joe Macbeth at one of our summits in Tennessee. He's president of the National Association of DSPs. And he said, this is a crisis. This is the longest damn crisis in mankind's history. So that issue, this workforce crisis is not new, but post-COVID, it fell off the cliff. So those factors that I just shared, the impact on providers operationally and financially, is what drove us to this direction of enabling technology. And in fact, Dustin was my first call. So I want to do this, help me get started. And he surely did. So I'm going to talk about some of our lessons at the beginning. I'm going to get into process a little bit later, but given the time I have, I think it's really important to share what we learned. I think these have bearing on DC and elsewhere, but I'm going to let you figure that out. Okay, so how did we start? We presumed we knew nothing. We knew what we wanted to do, but we were a blank page. So we assumed the position of students, of learners. So I invited at the time the 4 leading technology vendors in the country, and the criteria was very simple. How long you've been doing it, and are you in multiple states? Because we wanted them to not just tell us what they did, but to share their experience in different waiver environments to help us sort of process and sort through the different possibilities. We also learned, and I said this yesterday, I'll say it today, and I really, really mean it. The education and marketing never ends. It just doesn't. And in Tennessee, I think one of the smart things we did anyway is we didn't do a thing as far as the waiver for a while. In fact, we didn't really do it until Appendix K, and we'll get to that later. But the point is that we had a very well-defined communication and education strategy that was multimedia, multimodalities to get the word out and teach and educate. Leadership matters. So if you're the leader of a provider organization, if you're not fully engaged in this process, it ain't going to happen. And that's just the truth. So leadership in this context is more than just saying, let me know how it's going. That dog won't hunt. We say that in Tennessee. That's actually a saying. So you recognize that. So leadership means actively involved and actually leading the effort. That sends an important message. We also learned, and we learned this from our vendors, you guys need internal champions. You need internal tech, what we call tech champs and catalysts of change within the provider organization, because you got a lot of convincing to do. I mean, you've got DSPs who frankly, pre-COVID, thought we were threatening their jobs. But that, of course, is not what we were about. So internal champions, and what that ended up meaning for us is we hired our own tech champions. So we're starting that alignment of values, ways of doing things, and communication. I'm originally from New York. I haven't lived in Tennessee my whole life. I say that to say I'm not the most patient person you've ever met. So when I say, and I understand it's relative, everything takes longer than you think it will. I'm just going to tell you, if your experience is different, way to go. But it's a real slow uphill process bringing people on board. And then finally, we understood from the get-go that there were some significant financial benefits to using enabling technology. But we held off. We didn't message that from the beginning. We held off because we wanted to be sure whoever got involved in this process was doing it for the right reasons, not chasing the buck. The buck will come. The buck will come, but we wanted people engaged because they believed in reducing the dependence of people that we supported. Okay, this is a biggie. And again, some early decisions that we made. So early, when I first met Dustin, when I was in the private sector and I approached him about what was called at the time remote monitoring, I really wanted to do it. And for all the reasons I mentioned earlier, that the state pretty much told me to pound sand, so I didn't get to do it. But that terminology, remote monitoring, lasted for some time until maybe 5 years ago. And the reason we don't use the word remote monitoring is big brother. Monitoring is a provider convenience. And that's what this is. This is not about that. The technology that is deployed is for the people using it. It's to enable them to achieve their visions, their outcomes, and just the things in life they want some more freedom and independence. So back in the day when I was a little bit in the weeds and I was reviewing individual support plans, I did a word search every time. And if monitoring was in there, sent it back. It's a slippery slope, guys. If you start using monitoring, I just caution you, it becomes ingrained in your vernacular. All right, now, assistive technology versus enabling technology. I'd like to talk about that a little bit. Most states' waivers have what we talk about enabling technology, remote supports, under their assistive technology waiver definition. We made an absolute decision not to do that. So in Tennessee, enabling technology is a separate waiver service and definition. Why do we do that? Two reasons. As I researched it, I saw how these technologies that we're talking about today were just sort of bundled somewhere under assistive technology after orthotics and wheelchairs and things of that nature. That's one reason. We wanted it to be up here standing by itself. But secondly, enabling technology is not a clinical service. It's not. Assistive technology, OT, PT, SLP, doctor's order, medical necessity. That's not what this is. We want this to be easy to get. We want it to be easy for people to be able to access these things and not go through a clinical protocol. I almost lost my mind when I found out a medical director of an MCO, whose name shall never be mentioned, was reviewing referrals for a Ring doorbell. So that's an obviously, sort of a embellished example, but there's a real dark line between what we now call ET versus AT. So again, this was our point of view. The rest is up to you. Talked about monitoring. And again, the bottom line is that these technologies are meant to enable people to achieve a new level of freedom and independence. I want to be really careful because I've got a video coming up soon. Just to be clear, that means something different for everybody. So for some people, they live a fully self-directed, independent life with the support of technologies. For other people, we're talking about reduced dependence from paid staff and support in some areas of their life that are important to them. So there's a whole continuum of possibilities depending on who the person is. So how did we get started? Once we made a decision and we got the green light to do some pilots, our CFO at the time found $100 grand under a sofa cushion. And so we used that to fund 4 pilot projects statewide. It was a competitive process, had to apply to do it. Now, bear in mind, we're talking about state dollars. So we had some early success. The governor at the time was Governor Haslam. His office started tweeting our stuff. I don't know what tweeting is, but they were tweeting and everybody was really excited about it. And the next thing we heard, the governor's office appropriated $500,000 recurring state funds to continue these projects into the future. I think I did. All right, so one of our most progressive providers. They were the first to support people through these pilot projects. This fellow's name is Carl. He's a local celebrity. Just watch and listen. I've got 2 back-to-back videos. So fortunate. We had such a robust communications department in Tennessee, and we had our own videographer who did wonderful work. We have our own YouTube channel. I mean, it's just good stuff. I say that to share these videos are impactful, and it was part of our communication and marketing strategy to get the word out to everybody, providers, support coordinators, families, etc. So, all right, let me run it.
I lived here about how many years? I don't own it no more. And that's my bag right there for my CDs and my CD player. I used to live on my own before when I started coming to court service. I like it when I move out on my own.
Since day one, I've heard Carl say that his number one goal is to live in a trailer park by himself. When you look at somebody like Carl, he needs supports, but there's so many things that he can do independently. And I think sometimes we put people in a protective bubble when we don't need to.
He's very independent. He likes to do everything on his own, and he's a hard worker.
Taking the white paper off of those things they put for cars, that's what I do.
He got this new job working Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30, which he's doing great at. At first, he was a little bit tired getting used to all the hours, but he's doing great now.
I like my job so much.
What do you like about your job?
Just working.
That income makes a difference between being able to live alone or having to live with housemates. We heard about DIDD having the enabling technology test project, and Carl was the first person, absolute first person that we thought about.
We really wanted to kind of embody the spirit of the program, which was to reduce the supports that Carl needs. We didn't want to put a bunch of technology into somebody's house and then say that they were now using this technology. We wanted to actually reduce their dependency on staff. The next step was just gathering Carl's circle of support. We located an enabling technology provider, Simply Home, from Asheville, North Carolina.
When that doorbell gets pressed, it'll come up on the iPad as a push notification where you'll have an option to just ignore whoever's at the door, or you can press like an answer button and it'll start a telephone call, if you will. So the user will be able to see who's at the door through the iPad, and they'll be able to communicate with just like, hey, who are you?
I like my trailer.
That's awesome, Micah.
I know how to cook and I know how to bake. I can make pizza pockets.
Putting a sensor on the stove so that we would know and could remind Carl if you left the oven on or the stove on.
It's been a pretty exciting process.
What's it about?
You push that button, and that lets Alan know that you need help.
Just he's known me for so many years, and they found him at this place here. They put him close to me so that way I could kind of help him out at first. Talk to him, man.
Hey, Nick, I'll see ya.
First, I was a little bit nervous because it's all new to me too, and getting him ready for all this. But it's been very exciting, and he's done pretty well with it.
What is your favorite part about the house?
All of it.
What do you like about it?
I like it a lot.
He's had this dream for a long time, and it's finally realized. It's probably kind of surreal to him. People don't want a lifetime of good services. People want a good life. Carl was getting, in my opinion, some good services through supported living, but that's not what Carl wanted. Carl wanted his own independent life. So, what's up, buddy?
I like my new park.
You do? Are you excited?
Yeah, I like my new trailer.
Are you ready for us all to get out of here so that you can enjoy your trailer?
Yeah. I like it by myself.
Make you happy?
Yeah.
I love it. Just a couple of things about Carl that I should have told you at the beginning. One, he's able to afford this. He's still modest, but he can afford living by himself because the guy works a lot, and he still works a lot. So there's the importance of employment. And in Tennessee, by the way, we rebranded Employment First, and it's now called Employment Innovation and Inclusion, because we're incorporating technology. Both employment and technology fell under my purview at the time, but we wanted to force that catalytic, synergistic relationship between the two, and I do believe that we did. Secondly, about Carl, this might blow your mind. Before he moved to this particular setting, this home, he was living with 2 other people with around-the-clock staff. Hear what I said? Okay, so here's Carl, 30 plus days later. I urge you to pay attention to the difference in Carl.
Anything. It looks pretty back in here. You know what? It looks pretty back in here.
Well, everybody that knows Carl and has known Carl for a long time says the exact same thing, and they say that Carl has never been happier.
When I get home, with 3rd clean, I drive.
I think this is all he needed was just live on his own. He's doing great now. And he's a whole lot happier. He's wanting to go out and do more stuff. And he's even eating a whole lot better here than what he used to at the old house.
I've been doing fine, working still.
We could not be more pleased with the way it's worked out.
Yeah.
The technology's worked great. Carl has adapted immediately to living by himself. The very first day he was in the home, or the next morning, he had gotten up, packed his lunch for work, and was fully dressed before Alan got there. Like, he knew that he's on his own, and now he has to do this kind of thing for himself. So instantly that independence kicked right in, and Carl just was a fish in water.
What is your favorite thing about living on your own?
Just cooking stuff. You know what's in the Hot Pockets? Pizza. I like them. put it in the microwave and warm it up and then have it.
We are gradually reducing Carl's technology. We found that there's a couple things we thought we would need that we don't. Now that he's not constantly around people, he appreciates having visitors. So he's friendly and he greets people at the door and he takes them in his house and he gives them the tour. And people he works with, his coworkers, have become his buddies.
They'll ring the doorbell, I can see who's there, and Carl will come to the door and ask who's there, and he always checks who's there before he lets them in.
You've been happier to have it more quiet here.
Yeah.
When I get here in the morning, he'll have his lunch packed, he'll done been showered, ready to go to work, and usually when I walk in, he'll say, "You ready to go?" Yeah, we went to concerts, movies. There's a park out the road here. We'll go out there and walk around the park.
I'm sure your journey's good. I love Journey.
We ironed out a lot of bugs with Carl. We learned the process. So now we're really ready to jump in. We went from a very short list of candidates when we were selecting somebody to a very long list of people that we think would benefit to some degree from enabling technology. I would say that no matter how much credit you're giving somebody, they are more capable than you think they are.
Thanks for coming by.
Thank you, Carl. Have a good day at work.
Okay.
So he's still doing great. Just want to describe a little bit more of the provider who we showcased with you today. Recently, CQL accredited with distinction, technology first accreditation through SHIFT. And, you know, in my view, our most progressive provider in Tennessee. And I hope you, aside from, I think, seeing a new lightness about Carl from the first video, I hope you were also attentive to the relationships and the attitudes with his DSPs. Needless to say, they were on board. That makes a huge difference. But the other difference is the nature of the relationship changes. It's no longer that caretaking model. It's a real relationship. And as Carl would tell you, when people come who are his staff, he's glad to see them. It's not, "Oh, you again," or "How long you staying?" So it changes the whole relationship dynamic. So as I mentioned, we're so fortunate to have the funding levels that we did for our state-funded projects. Like you, we have an annual Enabling Technology Summit, bringing people from all over the country to speak. The last one that I attended, we had Shay Tanis of the Coleman Institute as our keynoter, and we really worked very hard to keep it fresh and to bring in new points of view. Yesterday, we had the opportunity in Columbia, and I don't know if Stephanie is still here, we actually did a virtual tour of one of Tennessee's enabling technology model homes. And I would say to your director, whatever we spent on it, we've gotten back because the traffic has been major. Support coordinators, providers, families, and MCOs. It really has made a difference taking the abstract, then allowing people to see it in person and touch it and that kind of thing. So I just share that as an idea. We have found it very helpful. We expanded the project. We grew it to 8 providers, and then COVID was hitting. So what I'm about to show you, and let me just say this, obviously Tennessee's transportation system looks a lot different than yours, but different challenges. And frankly, the ability to travel freely and use transportation freely is so foundational to everything, a person's life outside those 4 walls of where they live. And we got to that ultimately. It was curtailed because of COVID, but as I was leaving, we had a number of pilot projects in the chute. related to how can technology enhance people's ability to travel more independently. So I'm going to show you a video. It was a fantastic partnership with Carta, one of our esteemed tech vendors out of Colorado, AbleLink and their Wayfinder app, which basically downloaded the entire transit system of Chattanooga, as well as their paratransit system. Those of you who are familiar with employment, you've heard the term first mile, last mile. It's that mile is where somebody lives to the first stop, and the same on the back end. The paratransit system said to us, don't worry, we will cover it. So it was that kind of partnership that was just so compelling. So let me give you a new video.
Wait here for the number 4 bus.
He's my life. He's a good kid.
All right, and hit the start button.
He's a hard worker. He don't want to miss work. He can't stand the idea of.
I don't live a long way.
Do you like your job?
Yeah.
What do you like about it?
Money.
Being with Kenny is a great way to start out your morning. He normally has us laughing at the bus stop before we start.
I want long hair, have a ponytail.
With Kenny, our main focus was going to be safety.
We use the AbleLink technology to create scheduled bus routes based on Carta services.
What we do is we get the tablet ready. It shows him prompts. There's pictures and there's audio that goes along with every picture.
We are almost there.
He has to acknowledge that the bus is passing that point. We can track Kenny. If he gets off course, it's going to tell us. It's going to give him some independence. It's going to give him some freedom to kind of make some decisions on his own and be able to travel where he needs to go.
Once you see Waffle House, pull the cord.
I think it's gonna help a lot. It's something great for him. And first, I was a little nervous about it because I found about safety, more than anything. He has come a long way.
Walk toward McDonald's.
I'm proud of him.
Be sure to wait for the walk sign.
The button's over here.
You're bringing the whole community together to focus on a very important need. For so many people with disabilities, transportation is a big problem. So I can see how important this is and how life-changing it's going to be for so many individuals, not just Kenny.
We have to go here.
Great job, Kenny. Barger School is on your left and you have made it to work. Have a great day.
Kenny, you were right. You said yesterday that today is all about you. It is all about you because you are challenging people and you're showing us what's possible. Part of that is gainful employment. There's dignity in a paycheck. There's dignity in employment. And all we're doing is allowing people to be able to pursue the types of opportunities that they deserve. But because of your energy and your grandmother's support, we've been able to remove those, and you're changing lives in Hamilton County and Chattanooga. Thank you. We're walking in this together.
I like this.
Underscore the kind of partnership it was. Kenny's travel training was from Carta, was from the Transit Authority. They provided somebody specifically for this project. So it was a heartbreaker because right after that, the pandemic hit, and that kind of put a kibosh on stuff. Okay. So COVID hit. I mean, not a lot was going on outside the four walls of where people live. Candid with you. Providers were just struggling to survive. Executive directors were covering shifts. It was bad. I'm sure it was bad as well. But as I mentioned, employment fell under my purview as well. And so I started looking at the employment data and people working. And I saw it go like this, and it was really bad. I understood it, it was still bad. But what worried me more than that is I looked at the data in terms of people actually looking for work, and nobody was looking for work. So my point in sharing that is I wanted to sort of have some expectations, anticipate what might ensue when the coast was clear. And as we all know, everything takes a while to start. So we did a soft pilot. Oops, excuse me. We did a soft pilot, and we found a couple of really cool pre-employment software applications that in a safe environment with somebody, a coach or whoever that might be, help people navigate through the assortment of possibilities, possible jobs that they might be interested in, to guide them and give them a map. Where do I want to work? What kind of work? Where do I want to do it? And we had some pretty good success. And by the way, we had success with early on with students, youth in transition, who actually ended up working. I mean, this was really, really cool stuff. And it was an example of how a crisis begat innovation, because this was not in our arsenal at the time. This was something that I kind of dug up and forced somebody to try. Anyway, so I share that, and this continues to be part of our waiver definition, by the way. Okay, so I'm going to jump a little bit because my internal clock is telling me I'm taking up too much time, but I do want to pose these questions to everybody because we talked about the workforce crisis before and after. And we also know in Tennessee, and I know in other states, I don't know about here, but certainly there have been some legislative authorizations for targeted funding for DSPs. I don't know if you do that in the district or not, but targeted to raise the wages of DSPs over time, the hourly wage. Now, I'm not here to say that DSPs are well paid. Please don't misunderstand me. But the question is, it's not just our industry, it's every industry right now where there's a workforce shortage. Is that the answer? Is more money the answer to attract and retain the DSPs you'd like to have? All right, I'm not going to answer that question for you. I have my own point of view, but it's for you to answer. And I think it's an important question. Should providers be thinking about restoring their workforce levels to pre-COVID levels? I have a point of view on that. I'm going to share very quickly. It's over a year ago, I was invited to speak in Alabama. It was on the beach. Don't mess with the beach. It was at a really nice resort. As I'm pulling in the big welcome sign, and then under that, it said, I'm serious. It said $3,000 sign-on bonus for housekeepers. Did you hear what I said? Housekeepers. If there's any providers in here, you got $3,000 for a sign-on bonus? If I was a provider, I would have turned around, gone home, and pulled the covers over my head. I mean, how do you compete with that? So ultimately, organizationally, is there a better alternative in moving toward becoming a tech-first provider, which, by the way, is more than policies and procedures, more than forms. We're talking about culture, the culture of the organization, the values and beliefs of the organization. And it's not just providers, it's support coordination agencies as well, or case management, whichever it might be. Okay, so as I said, this was all state-funded stuff, guys. I mean, and I'm going to tell you the truth. The flexibility it gave us was amazing, So did a waiver definition for enabling technology, but we continued pushing new technologies to pilot in Tennessee. You see them listed here. As I was walking out the door, we were just getting started to pilot some virtual technologies, virtual reality, which frankly has been used for a while for people with autism. It's being used in business and industry for employee orientation and training. So where are we? So we started using it for work-related training. We started using it for using transportation and helping people maneuver in terms of some of the social obstacles they may come across when they're traveling. So very, very proud of that. I do want to talk about displacement prevention just for a minute, something we're also very proud of. So in Tennessee and other places, somebody's living at home and their caregiver, their family member either becomes sick or deceased or just incapable of providing that help. People get moved. People get moved to a new place, a new neighborhood, a new community. I don't know if that happens here, but then they move into some sort of shared living with people they don't know and staff they don't need. So what we did in those circumstances, when we got some sort of timely notice this was going to happen, we would send in a little SWAT team. We did an environmental assessment, a person-centered assessment, and we, as quickly as we could, I mean, as quickly as we could, we deployed and incorporated technology where that person lived to enable them to stay in their own home. And so really proud of that. That was just a win-win-win for everybody. If you ever think about doing this, learn from my mistake. The first question to ask, do you have Wi-Fi? I mean, that kind of threw us off a little bit. But anyway, very, very proud of that, example of the innovations that we did. And we also began working with those providers who were ready to talk with us about what we called workforce transformation. So by virtue of having what we dubbed a remote DSP, so this is somebody typically employed by the provider who is working remotely, but is able to support, not monitor, support people in multiple locations. So what does that do? It builds provider capacity. I can support more people. I don't have to keep hiring people to do it. Number two, it creates a new rung on that career ladder. So not only are DSPs learning new skills, new ways of doing things, it's also an opportunity to pay them for their new professionalized role and role with the organization and support of people. So it raises the possible compensation of DSPs by virtue of this new approach to support. So I urge you to look at it. It's an opportunity. And again, capacity, I think is an underlying issue that has to be addressed in this workforce environment. Okay. I was asked not to show that. So, Donald, you're supposed to pull it. So we're going to wrap up in just a minute. Something else that we're trialing, it's called virtual community resource mapping. So I was a provider for many years, and one of the real things that none of us liked is what is Amy going to do this week? Where is she going to go? So we were under the gun, 6 hours a day. So who says I'm going to be in the community 6 hours a day? I don't say it. But anyway, so we had to come up with some sort of weekly schedule that the state would look at to demonstrate somebody was actually doing something in the community. Community resource mapping is basically a mapping process by which it matches the community resources with what the person likes, wants, needs, and that kind of thing. Virtual community resource mapping takes it up to a new level. It takes it up to a level of actually creating a map to map out where these places are in the person's life. And it creates a roadmap for travel training. So it brings all those things together for that person. It wasn't started yet when I left, but it is on the table, and I understand it's going forward. That's a link if anybody's interested in exploring this further. As I mentioned earlier, we're, again, still piling different kinds of technology enhancements for transportation. I'm not going to get deep in the weeds with this, but microtransit is something that's becoming a part of urban life, and we're trying to recreate that model for providers. And in fact, we were, again, trying to work with providers to help convert their fleets into rideshare and basically reimburse through our waiver transportation for people. So a person basically would have an allotment, $300 a month, whatever it might be. So they could actually bill the waiver for their travel costs through rideshare with a provider. So again, and also just trying to create a new revenue stream for providers, to be candid with you. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm not going to read all this stuff. Donald, if you're around and people would like a copy of this, please feel free to share it. These are heraldisms as far as what a technology first state environment looks like. You can you can create your own. But it's a journey. So I was at it for over 5 years. They're still pushing forward, enhancing utilization, and innovating. When I left, we were up to $1 million in state funding for pilot projects, which just amazing to me, just amazing to me. So we were very fortunate in Tennessee to have that level of administrative support, and we continue to push the envelope. And I keep an eye on those guys back at the ranch, and I'm just proud to have been associated with it. So anyway, thank you for your time. I hope this mattered. If you have any questions, I'm open to it, or you can catch me later. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Just want to take time again to thank Harold for taking time out of schedule. Always been gracious in sharing information. I know you said there's no blueprint for this, but man, you guys have one hell of a recipe. So thank you for sharing that and us being able to think of creatively what we can do in the district based off of our discussions. Next, I would like to bring to the stage and introduce to everyone Zach Bastian. He is a program innovation specialist with Verizon. Verizon is really focusing their attention on how they can best bring great tech solutions to people with disabilities and change their lives as well. They have an amazing cohort of startups that are working to create these solutions and bring it to the community amongst people with disabilities. So I don't want to go into too much of it because Zach has way more to share about it, but please, everyone, welcome him to the stage.
All right, good morning. Let me see if I can figure out this clicker. All right. So my name is Zach Bastian. I'm here to talk to you guys about the Disability Innovation Cohort that we did as part of our Forward for Good Accelerator out of Verizon. We have some of the companies that were represented in that cohort here today, but really what we want to give you today is just a flavor for why we got engaged in this process, what worked for us, what didn't. And then we'll have a short little video to share that'll lead right into my colleague, Paul Burden from Waymap, explaining Waymap's participation in this process and what it meant for them. So the Forward for Good Accelerator was all about how do we take advantage of the kind of technology that Verizon is really focused on to disability-specific technology and services. So as you might know, Verizon has been really engaged, and the district has been a great partner in getting our 5G ultra wideband network out there, which is a ultra fast, very responsive form of wireless communications that allows us to think really creatively about what are we doing for wireless tech and how can it help in terms of city infrastructure. So my role as manager of strategic alliances, our office is just a few blocks from here at 13th and I Street, has been all about a lot of different policy around disability, but then I've had a mandate around what are we doing around innovating within disability services? How can 5G really think creatively about what we can do for people with disabilities? What can we change? Are we really nurturing and incubating companies that are doing creative things? So from the start, what this was all about is let's get the right companies. Let's get the companies that are doing the really creative work. And that meant, well, we need a big team of people with disabilities, organizations with disabilities to help us look in the right places. So we had an army of partners and consultants and people that with a lot more expertise on this than us, because we're an excellent network provider. We know how to incubate startups, but we wanted to make sure that we were getting the best of the best. So each of these companies, which were 5 to 7, Series A stage startups, so very early on in their process. Each of these startups received $50,000 in funding. That funding was non-dilutive, so we didn't take any equity in the company. It was just to help them encourage their growth. They got a technology coach, so they got access to people that really understood the nitty-gritty of 5G and how it could help them. They got expert mentorship, so people like myself with a lot of expertise in partner development, developing messaging, media strategy, public affairs, and then the technology itself. People from other startup incubators, people from venture capital, so access to a lot of relationships that would help them grow their project. And then workshops with other industry leaders, so getting a chance to see what worked for them, what didn't, and then exposure again to potential partners and funders. So venture funds that are interested in these kinds of projects and could take Verizon's relationships and our ability to kind of build networks and see where that could take them. So startups, we were really focused on making sure that startups had disability-centric solutions. So that meant, looking really deeply into the materials that they shared. And really, a lot of this comes down to something that I've heard out of a lot of my partners over the years is when it comes to disability work, nothing about us without us. If you're trying to engage people with disabilities and there's no one that's advising you that has a disability or works directly with people with disabilities, well, that's a big knowledge gap, because you can't speak to what blind people want or what deaf people want or what people or wheelchair users want or people with developmental disabilities, intellectual disabilities. You can't understand what they need unless you're talking directly to them. So that's where it comes to this bullet that it says on here: startups who authentically integrate people with disabilities into executive leadership roles and have validated their solutions within the community. So that was a huge part of how we evaluated these projects. Are there people with disabilities really in leadership roles? Is it the type of thing where they've got someone involved in some kind of perfunctory role, or is that person really an executive, a project manager, someone who's really engaged in the development of the product and the whole direction of the company to make sure that they're really a part of it and it's not just window dressing? So out of that cohort, we were very lucky to get 165 applications. So we had a lot of folks to sort through. And out of that, we had 7 startups that were selected. So see a few stats here about the representation within these folks. 6 companies founded out of that 7 founded by people with disabilities. 3 with Black, Indigenous, or people of color leadership. 2 with female founders. 2 solutions targeted for people who are blind. 2 for people who are deaf or hard of hearing. 2 for complex motor disability, and 1 for mobility disability. So that tells you that we really strove to get representation across the spectrum of disability, making sure that there wasn't some kind of disproportionate concentration on only a particular kind of disability, but that we had a really broad representation of the diversity of disability. And the selection committee included people like myself, people from ALLY, people who head up our internal disability teams. So people that are responsible for making sure that all of our websites and our apps are accessible were part of that process. And again, all of the judges had some kind of stake and expertise in this role. There wasn't anyone who was coming completely fresh to accessibility. It was all people that really understood it and were engaged in the issue already prior to the competition. So the 7 companies that we selected were Govobo, which is focused on deaf and hard of hearing folks, and universal captioning. Cognition, which is focused on complex and motor disabilities. They're based in Santa Barbara County, California. Evolution Devices, which is focused on mobility. It's an AI-driven muscle solution. They're based in LA. Imenico, deaf and hard of hearing solution, which is a group speech to text solution. Really exciting stuff going on there. Puffin Innovations, which is a kind of remote control device for people that have complex motor disabilities. Waymap, which is who you're going to hear from after me, and which is a blind and low vision city navigation solution, which their first market is right here in Washington, D.C., working with the Washington Metro Area Transit Authority. So coming to a train stop or a bus stop, a train station or a bus stop near you. And then WearWorks, which is focused on blind and low vision solutions. It's a haptic wayfinding solution And part of the exciting thing that we saw within this cohort is the companies were talking to each other. So a great example of that is WearWorks has this haptic solution that's all about, can we send people pulses to a little Wayband device that would allow them to route through an area that they're not familiar with? Well, Waymap's all about having areas mapped out and taking people through unfamiliar territory. So there's a lot of integration there, and those two companies have been talking together of, can Waymap work with WearWorks and vice versa? So the programming itself, we had workshops and one-on-one mentor sessions, product roadmaps, inclusive design, user testing, team building, financial modeling, and raising capital. So really a comprehensive set of conversations. Waymap is going to be able to tell you a lot more about what they individually got out of the cohort. But for my side of things, I've been with Verizon 6 years now doing this kind of work. I'm just thrilled to see such a thoughtful approach from the company, because Verizon has always worked really hard on issues for people with disabilities. We've always cared about accessibility, but this is the most comprehensive program that I've seen within my time at Verizon, of thinking really creatively about how are we making sure that every piece of this puzzle is so focused on people with disabilities that we're going to get the best outcomes possible. And then we have this video.
About 5 years ago, 7 blind young people in London thought the thing that was most important to them was that they could use London Underground like everyone else.
How do the blind see a city? An innovation story from Verizon's Forward for Good Accelerator.
I put my hand up and said, hey, I'll try and solve that for you.
A man uses a white cane in a terminal. Waymap.
My name is Tom Pay, and I'm the founder and chief executive of Waymap. Waymap's vision is to ensure that anyone can go anywhere, built with blind and low vision people at its core. So very simply, our algorithm calculates the probability of where you are, and we pick what we call the particle of best fit, which means this is the place where we think you are when you take your next step.
Your train leaves platform 3 in 15 minutes. Walk straight ahead for 23 meters.
We've been invited to work closely with Verizon on expanding our ability to serve our customers using Verizon's 5G.
Outside, Pay listens to his smartphone.
Waymap's goal is to ensure that every city in the United States and beyond is accessible to everyone. This is really important because as technology becomes more a part of city life, if people who currently find the technology difficult to access are not included in those designs, then they would be excluded from part of the life of the city.
At an intersection.
And that is just simply unfair.
Accessibility solutions on your mobile device, moving the world forward for all. Verizon checkmark.
So that video featured the CEO of Waymap, Tom Pay, and we have Paul Burden here, the vice president of Waymap that you're going to hear from next. But what I really want to emphasize about this presentation is for companies that are really interested in growing their business and thinking creatively about how they can expand the audience for their technology. We really encourage you to get in touch with us and take our lessons learned from this process, because what we got out of it is that if we're starting from the ground up and thinking from the initial planning stages, how are we engaging people with disabilities? What is it going to take to really build this in a way that's inclusive and thinks about people with disabilities every step of the process? The product that you'll get out of there is so incredibly superior to what will happen if you're thinking that you know everything when you start. So one of the real keys to this is humility. Understanding that if you're not talking to people with disabilities, if you're not engaged with people with disabilities, the experts, the companies themselves from the ground up, you're only taking a half step. So the more that you do to really engage, to reach out, to be thoughtful, to allow yourself to be challenged, you will get better results out of it. So I'm very grateful for your time today. Thanks so much for your attention, and introducing my colleague, Paul Burden.
Good morning, everyone. I'm I'm shorter than Zach. So I wanted to, on behalf of actually all of us at Waymap, thank Zach and Verizon for including Waymap in their accelerator, their Forward for Good accelerator program. It's been a fantastic experience. Zach explained all of the benefits of it, not only to us, but obviously to our end users. I also wanted to thank Andrew, Crystal, and Donald for putting this conference together, this very important conference. In fact, a conference that's so important to us. I'm just going to call out my COO here, Chelsea Zucalo, who's joined us from our London office and wanted to be here and be part of this. I, by the way, am from Washington, D.C. here. I'm actually in Rockville, Maryland, as we build out our company here in the greater metropolitan area. And I have a lot to tell you about some of the work that we're doing at WMATA. But first of all, let me take a step back. And so what is Waymap? What is Waymap all about? The first thing I want to tell you is that it is infrastructure free, right? So you don't need satellite signal. You don't need Wi-Fi. You don't need Bluetooth beacons. You don't even need, and we've all seen this as we travel around the city and we go underground and you get that, sorry, no service signal. We don't need a mobile signal to make our technology, our wayfinding technology work. Everything is here on the device itself. Now, there's this phrase called universal design. Universal design means if you're going to design a technology, design that technology for everyone, but make sure that there are no barriers to people with disabilities. And so that's what we've done here with the Waymap application. And probably one of the most important things I wanted to relay to you today is that now the app is not currently available. It will be in the very near future. But when you download the app to your Android or iOS device, it is absolutely free. It's free, always will be free. There's no maintenance cost, there's no monthly cost, there's no nothing, right? So here's one of the problems that we're addressing and one of the problems that we really want to solve. Point A to point B in the navigation world frequently means I've left my home, I've gotten now to the MLK library, I've gotten to a large government building, I've gotten to a bus station or transit, and now I've got to go inside. So our indoor navigation is accurate to up to one step. Let me just put that in context for you. Nav, generally speaking, is accurate to 25 to 30 feet, thereabouts. Traditional navigation apps that you're probably accustomed to and use all the time. 3 feet, one step is our level of accuracy. And when you're indoors, provided that we have made that map, that we've created the map, and you've downloaded it, being indoors, having no signal, it doesn't matter. That map is going to work for you. This device, as we all know, now you may see my device. It's cracked, and so I'm waiting. I'm just like many of you probably are waiting for September for Apple to release their new device. These things keep getting smarter and smarter and smarter. So I'll go into just a little detail about how it is we can do what we do. But I wanted to make you aware of the fact that in this device, you've got a gyro, you've got an accelerometer for speed, you've got a magnetometer, which is fundamentally a compass. You even have a barometer. And these sensors are all in this device. So part of what our application does is take advantage of what is here in the phone to help us navigate you to within that one step accuracy in your destination. Now, the app is available in several languages. I won't go through the whole list, of course, but and the list is growing. It is available in Spanish. And importantly, we adhere to both international and national standards, right? In fact, we were very involved in writing those standards. So why is that important? Because if you're going to download an app, begin to use it and that kind of thing, you want the vendors that you're working with, the applications that you rely on at any given day to follow a particular path. So you're not left out in the cold because somebody has taken a hard right. Now, so for years, oh my goodness. I've just been talking to you and I've not been advancing my slides. Watch the slides carefully as I go through them one by one and catch up with myself. There's one, two. So I'm here. Smart cities. We've heard about smart cities for years and years and years. It's frequently the case that people can't agree on what is a smart city, what is not a smart city. But I think what we can agree on is that most people believe that the hub, the core to any smart city is transportation, right? And that's really where we're focused in the early going. But in addition to transportation, we are working here in Washington, D.C. with schools, with hospitals, with universities to do mapping of those venues. And you can see the benefits for each of those different sort of venues and constituencies to their users. Now, I won't spend much time on this because it's sort of technical and it's a little boring, but so how do we make all of this work? In any given venue, chances are very good that there's going to be digital CAD drawings available. So we take those CAD drawings and then we refine them and map them. And then for anything that doesn't currently exist in those digital drawings, we use what's called LiDAR scanning technology to sort of fill out the blank spaces. So we've heard of radar, right? Which is radio signals, sonar, which is sound signals. LiDAR is a new technology which emits light particles, and it gives us far greater detail and far greater information on the interior of any given venue. So that's sort of how we're doing it. Now the exciting part for all of us here in Washington. So WMATA, Washington Metro Transit Authority, has selected Waymap to map the transit system. And by that, I mean the entire transit system. So we're doing nearly 100 rail stations, and we are mapping bus stops, thousands of bus stops, and associated routes throughout that bus stop. We, with WMATA, jointly with WMATA on May 24th, we announced our partnership and what our goals were and what we wanted to do. And now we're going to be rolling out different stations. We have mapped Silver Spring and Brookland. We've mapped Braddock Road. But we have to be able to provide critical mass to commuters before we actually go public with our app, provide it to you to download, and for you to use. When I say map, I want to make sure that you understand the level of detail that I'm talking about. So I'll just use Silver Spring as an example because I'm on that station frequently. We're mapping the underground of the Silver Spring Metro Station. So where you would get on the subway, where you would get on rail. We're mapping the water fountains, the restrooms. We're mapping the ticket stations. We're mapping where the station manager sits. We are mapping everything in that station. We're not just getting you down under the, onto the platform and onto your train. We're mapping the emergency phones. We are mapping everything within that station. I also, and in fact, yes, we do. I wanted to recognize a couple of other colleagues. Tony, put your hand up there. So Tony Cancelosi is the president and CEO of Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind. Most of you have probably Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind has been providing services in our city for 120 years, believe it or not. Accompanying Tony here is Jocelyn Hunter, CLB's Director of Communications. And the reason we are partnered with WMATA, we are also partnered with CLB. CLB is going to use some of their orientation and mobility specialists to certify the routes, right? So we're going to map those routes. We're going to test them. We're going to test them with visually impaired people. We're going to test them with O&Ms. But just to put the final seal of approval on this entire process, we've partnered with CLB to certify those routes. So let me just spend 1 second, because I know we are a little late. Where's this all going, right? We have an awful lot of data that we have gathered that we can use to get you from point A to point B and get you then to point C if that's an interior space, right? But what are some of the other interesting applications for this type of technology that we're already working on that are coming down the road? Well, one is actually a very tragic but all too common happenstance here in the US, right? So if you have a crisis situation at a school, an active shooter, for instance, we can provide first responders with information on that school. Say the bad guy's in the cafeteria. How do I get to the cafeteria? I don't know. We can provide information for first responders to know how to get to where they want to go and how to be careful not to get to some place that they don't want to be for the particular time being. In speaking about first responders, think about firefighters. Firefighters, as a general rule, work in teams, but there are times when, just given certain circumstances, they become separated. And in an extreme situation, heavy smoke, heavy flame, etc., they may be difficult to find. We will be able to identify exactly in that venue, in that building, whatever that building happens to be, where that firefighter is. And so these are just a couple of the examples that we're looking at in terms of what the future holds for the wayfinding technology that we have been able to develop. So the next time I speak to all of you, I hope to be making an announcement that the app is now available. Please download it and use it. We think that it's going to make a huge difference. You know, Harold spoke earlier and provided that video of that young guy getting around. That truly is, and you heard our CEO say it as well, that truly is our goal, is to provide independence for people that need it and provide that dignity for those people. So with that, I thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
All right, so my stomach is talking to me. I don't know about yours, but this is break time. We have until 12:55 when we'll come back for the rest of the program. Just a reminder, in addition to the 5th floor where lunch is at for you, please take your time to save some time, I should say, after your lunch to come back and engage with our exhibitors again. But we'll get back at 12:55. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, all our virtual attendees. We're getting back at it to our second half of the program. I am really excited about our next presenter. So at this time, we're about to broadcast from a virtual space. We have Ramon Hernandez. He is with the NEAT Center, Oak Hill. They showcase the latest and greatest in technology to people with disabilities, their family members and members of their circle of support. In particular, they have really created something, a really innovative way to enable people to engage with tech in a modeled home environment. That is called the show, Smart Home on Wheels. It's a mobile home, a smart mobile home, outfitted in a home setting, modeled home setting with tech solutions for people to touch, feel, and play in that modeled home solution. So Ramon is actually going to join us and give us a virtual tour of that space. So let's welcome Ramon now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Donald. My name is Ramon Hernandez. I'm an AT specialist and assistive technology specialist here with the NEAT Center in Hartford, Connecticut. And then I have Kristen Gilfeather, my coworker, who is also an assistive technology specialist with the NEAT Center. So we're in the smart home. So actually, we're going to start off with our friend. So Alexa, start the tour.
Hello, DC. Welcome to NEAT Smart Home on Wheels. We hope you enjoy our tour. In Hartford, it's 83 degrees Fahrenheit with mostly sunny skies. Today's forecast calls for more of the same, with a high of 84 degrees and a low of 63 degrees. Ramon and Kristen, you're on.
Awesome. I hope you heard all that. So that's our Echo Show 10 in the back there. We have two Echo devices here, which are a series of devices through Amazon. So this is the smart home. A lot of it is hands-free, all activated by either Google or I won't say her name because if not, she'll react in the house. So I'll say like Miss A or Echo. So we have her hooked up here. So with the home here, what we do is we have smart home assessments that we'll do. So sometimes we'll have people come here, like elderly or those with disabilities come here, and we'll just test whatever they need in their home. We'll work with in this house, or we will go to their houses and also do smart home assessments there and kind of just look at everything. You know, anything that we can, we'll try and help them out with. From there, we also have a lending library where they can also lend parts of our technology for about 30 days. And then we can even go to their houses and set up all of this technology as well, which is really awesome. So those are kind of the services we do. And then we also do conferences, of course, like this. So the way we split up this home is we have this area, which is kind of like our demonstration area. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Over here, we have our living room area, and we have some technology in here as well. And then all the way in the back, right here, we have our kitchen. And in the kitchen, we also have a bunch of technology. So for this tour today, I'm just going to go from spot to spot to spot and just talk about different things and how it can help people with disabilities and also those who are aging. So we will start in here. I'm going to time myself so that I don't go over any amount of time. Alexa, can you start a timer for 15 minutes?
15 minutes, starting now.
Awesome.
By the way, it looks like the weather in your area has been changing lately. I can keep you up to date if you ask Alexa, what's the forecast?
Thanks. But no, I'm all set. All right, cool. So in this demonstration area, we have this counter. You can only see part of it, but that's okay. We have an iPad on here that controls everything. So if you don't know, in order to control a lot of this hands-free stuff, you need a smart device, whether it's a phone, it could be Android, Google Pixel, iPhone, any of those, or you need an iPad as well. So we have an iPad over here that controls all of our technology in here. And then next to it would have been our show that's back there, and that has everything hooked up to it. And we'll get a little bit more into that in a second. Then we also have a Google Nest Hub, which is practically the competitor of Amazon. From there, we have kind of they call it a CapTel phone. Actually, you can see it. This right here, it's a caption phone. So that, you know, when the speaker is speaking through, is communicating through, it captions it for people who have hearing impairments. And then kind of just, we have an iPad here that sometimes we use something called switch control with, which is basically using adaptive switches to control your iPad. Let's see. So I guess we'll start. That's our counter. We'll also talk about like our windows. Our windows, we have security running in here as well. And so we have window sensors. We have August smart locks. Those are really, really cool. Those can lock deadbolts, and I even think keypads, right? Lock keypads, all with your voice, either with Amazon or Google Pixel. And they can also notify you when someone manually locks the door or when it automatically locks the door. And that's important for someone who either can't get to the door in time, or someone that wants that security when they're in their homes. They just, you know, don't have the physical capability in order to get to the door every single time. So that's when you have that. And you can set it up at different apartment, or, you know, at different places as well. Another great thing, which is one of my favorites in here, is we have on our windows, we have our smart shades. And these you can actually buy, I think, from like Lowe's and Home Depot. And they're by a company named Bali, B-A-L-I, and again, connected to our Amazon devices. We aren't going to show them because they're loud and they take a little bit of a long time. But you would be able to say, you know, Miss A, lower shades, and they will lower for you any color you want. You can customize them in any real way like that, which is so awesome. I love it. It's one of my coolest, one of my favorite pieces of technology. For Echo devices, we have two. So the first one is down here on the wall. It has a wall mount with it, and so we keep it there. It's an Echo Dot. And then, like I said, we have the Echo Show 10 in the kitchen over there. And technically, the Echo Show 10 is the only one that can what is it? Revolve. Yeah, that can spin around. They come in 4 devices. You can either buy the 5, the 8, which are all the screen sizes. So the 5, the 8, the 10, and then the 15 is kind of like as big as this one, but again, it doesn't spin. I like the one that spins because I could be walking around my kitchen with a recipe and do all that, which is awesome. Another thing that device does back there is remote communication. So I will preface that if you are going to communicate with a family member or a friend through any Amazon device, both people, the sender and the receiver, have to have the Miss A app or the Alexa app. And that's because all the messaging is done through the app. But yeah, no, I can call on that. I can video call on that. I can even look at my security systems through that. So we just had a smart home assessment where someone said the daughter was like, she can't move around much, but she was like, I really want to see who's at the door. Like if I order pizza, I want to see who's at the door. When they're at the door, I can unlock the door for them. They just can't see. So we would hook them up with Ring or with Wise or any of those companies, and then it'll connect right to our device, and they can just say, hey, I'm trying to remember what the command is. That's so big about Amazon is commands. I think they would say show, what do I call that one? Show pan, I think. Yeah, so something, whatever you name the camera is what you can say, and then it'll pop it up on the screen for you. Another cool thing to go along with that is, so some people are familiar with the Amazon Fire Stick. It's a small little stick that connects to HDMI. But I think about a few years ago or so, they came out with this one, which is the Fire TV Cube. It's the same exact thing as that, as the Echo Dot down here, except that that has a screen and this doesn't. But you can plug this into a TV, just like you would with the Fire Stick. The difference is though, is that with the Fire Stick, you're using a remote. And so sometimes we have people that have, challenges with their motor skills. So with this one, you don't have to. You can just speak into it just like you would any of these devices, and you can navigate your TV with that, which is one of my favorites. So that's really, really cool. Another thing is some people are nervous with the devices that, well, what if I have several in my home? Are they all going to answer me at the same time? Luckily, Amazon has codes in their software that if they're all on the same account, it won't bother each other. So like if I speak to one and they all, hear me, one is going to respond to me, which is really, really awesome. Okay, so that's our demonstration area. Alexa, how much more time on the timer?
You have 7 minutes and 40 seconds left on your 15-minute timer.
Time is it? Okay, cool. So cool. So then we get into our living room here. And within our living room, we have this fun little lamp, right? This lamp has a camera on it. So it was sold, or it is sold by Panasonic, and I think it's called the Home Hawk lamp, right? Yeah, Home Hawk lamp. So I know it's hard to see, but right here, there's a camera on it. And why have a lamp with a camera on it? Well, sometimes you want to keep watch of your kids or of your parents, and they don't want a camera, somewhere in their home. So having this would kind of be that hidden in plain sight. Obviously, we have to tell you to still tell them that there's a camera in their home. But it is nice to have a device that looks like some other type of furniture with a camera in it. And there's tons of stuff like that, so that it doesn't look like, you're buying in their home. But this is really cool. It works with, again, all of our Amazon devices. It works with motion control. And then also it's a lamp. So it has a light that pops on right on top. And then a little more into entertainment a little bit, but we also have a Facebook portal in here. Facebook portal was Facebook's way to try to compete with our Fire Stick, Apple TV, things like that. I will say my favorite thing about the Facebook portal is they have an app called Storytime that you can use with younger kids. Like the grandparents with younger kids, it basically it has a camera and it puts your face on it and it puts you into like storybook, which is really, really cool. And then another thing we have is we have our Xbox adaptive controller here, which is so cool. This can connect to Switch, Xbox, of course, PC, any PC that's Windows, so this is created by Microsoft. And then, is that it? Oh, PlayStation 2? Oh, geez, there you go. PlayStation, and then also possibly an iPad. We've tried it, we've tested it. It's a little funky with the iPad, but all the other ones you definitely can connect it to. And the whole thing about it is that you have your big A and B button here, and you have all of these. Actually, let me get a little closer. You have all of these inputs right here for all the different functions on a regular controller, and you can plug adaptive switches into here. And then you can buy their adaptive switches that actually have labels on them. And then on the left and right side joystick, it lets you plug in really any joystick that you would want. So actually, Kristen is taking on our gaming accessibility part of the center, and so she's working a lot with that type of stuff. And soon they'll do assessments as well. So that is kind of like the living room. I mean, there's a lot to it. I can go for hours and hours and hours in just this. And in other tours we do, but but that's kind of our living room. And then, did I push them up? Probably push them up a little bit closer, yeah. Excuse me, I'll do a little bit. Okay. And then in our kitchen, so the Echo Show 10 was basically made for kitchens so that I could say, Alexa, show me a chicken recipe.
Finding some chicken recipes. Okay, for chicken, here's a few recipes.
Awesome. So now I have my recipes up there and I'm ready, right? So I can even click into one. I don't know, a chicken powder sounds good, right? So I can click into it. So now what it shows me, and it's a little hard for you to see, but what it shows me is the recipe. It'll read the recipe out to me as well. And it gives me the ingredients so that if for some reason, let's see what I may not have. I have to have the chicken, right? Okay, so let's say I don't have flour. Alexa, can you add flour to my shopping list?
You already have flour on your shopping list.
Look at that. I have actually, Alexa, can you read me my shopping list?
You have 2 items on your shopping list. Flour, milk.
Okay, thank you. I don't need milk, right? Alexa, can you remove milk from my shopping list?
I've checked off milk from your shopping list.
Awesome. What's cool about this is that, let's say now you can obviously grab this whole thing and bring it with you to the, to whatever grocery store you're going to. So on your phone, on the app, it gives you a list of everything that you've added there. So you can say things like that. So I don't even have to have that open. I can go back to the recipe and it's so cool. My timer's still going. I think it says I have 3 minutes left. Let me just check time. Okay, cool. I have about 1 minute. Yeah, so this was kind of made for kitchen. It's really awesome. It can control our lights and a bunch of other things. Also, what we have is we have above me, right here, I don't know if you can see it, but we have the Google Nest. Well, I think it's just called the Google Nest. And it's a smart smoke detector for both smoke and CO2. And basically it just notifies you when it's going off. Not only will it have that piercing loud noise that all these smoke detectors have, but it'll also notify you. Think about someone with a hearing impairment or someone who, someone with like a hearing impairment can't hear. They won't be able to hear that piercing loud noise, so they will get a notification on their device or on any of their devices. Again, if we have that plugged into the TV, if we have this, if we have any of these devices will pop up their phones and tell them that, hey, smoke is your CO2, your smoke detectors are going off. And then right here, we have this big old thing right here is an air fryer / microwave. This one was actually created by Amazon themselves. That specific one isn't sold anymore, but Amazon still sells microwave. And so it's also smart. So it works with all our devices again. So I can say, something that happens with me a lot when I go to assessment is that people will they'll have aides or someone that helps them, some type of family care, and so they'll keep food in here for them. But it's nice for you to be able to say how long you want this to cook. So I would just open it. I put my food in. My timer's on 10 minutes. I'm going to set it for 10 seconds. I just cancel it. And then I can say, Alexa, warm up my lunch. I know I stumbled up with my word. Alexa, warm up my lunch. Okay, you're not working. That's fine. Alexa, cook for 10 seconds. Of course it's not gonna work right now, right? I don't know why it's not working. Let me turn this one on. Second. Alexa, cook for 30 seconds. Oh, there you go. Thank you. So as you see, now it's microwaving. And why use the voice if I can just open this and close it, well, because some people have pressure challenges. And so there we go. They have pressure challenges again with the whole motor skills thing. So going up here and actually trying to press the buttons can be really difficult. That's why having your voice and doing it with your voice is a lot easier. Then this is one of my favorites. I've said that for every single technology, haven't I? Yeah. This is called a pillow dispenser or pill dispenser essentially. This one's not sold anymore, but there are tons out there that do the same thing. There's one called Hero that's really big. It's like the word hero, Hero. Basically what this does is it's a pill dispenser. So you put in your pills in the back, which I'll show you in a second. And then depending on the app, it'll you set it for certain times. And it'll dispense that pill for you. It'll let an alarm off to say that it's there. This one tried back years ago. They tried to have doctors also be able to look in, or care facilities be able to look in through this, but that never worked. But that's okay. So the way it works is that on the back here, if I open this up, you have all your pills here, and a lot of these do that as well. A lot of the other ones do that as well. And so you close it up, and then underneath, it's a little hard to see, but underneath there's the dispenser, and then you would have a little cup here, and that's how you do it. And it is so awesome to have stuff like this in the home, because even I forget to take vitamins and things like that. And then we have cameras, of course, like I mentioned. So this one is created by Wyze. Again, it's a whole security thing. You can hand that one. We also have one up here. Let's see. I will talk about these two. Can you see them?
No, but I can. Oh, yeah, you can.
Okay. So we have two things right here. As you've seen already so far, a lot of the lights in here are smart. Almost all of the lights in here are smart. But sometimes we have some people that don't want to go the full route of redesigning all their lights or buying all their lights all over again. And they just want a way for the lights to work smart, right? To be smart. So there's very tiny, but these things I'm pointing to, they're called SwitchBots, and it's a company called SwitchBot. So these are called SwitchBot bots. And what they are is that they actually have a little arm, this little tiny finger that'll come out and press buttons. So if you have a rocker switch, a rocker light switch, you need one of those. But if you have that, this will be able to have a little finger that pops out and turns the lights on and off. And if you think about it, you don't have to change all of your lights in your home. You just use something like that, and it'll hit it for you. You can do it for other buttons as well. I've seen people do it for coffee machines and different things like that. And then right here, we have, I don't have the remote, that's okay. This is called, for someone with hearing impairments, this is called a square glow, like the word square and glow together, flasher doorbell. And so you can put a bunch of these in your home. And so when you press the doorbell, which there's another remote for it, but you would put that on the outside. When you press the doorbell, this will start flashing a really bright color, whatever color you want. So see, it'll kind of be like bright like this. You can change it to, it's kind of hard with the sunlight coming in to see this, but so you can change it to whatever color you want, and it'll just start flashing for you. And so that's just so it's easier to see someone at the door, again, with a whole hearing impairment. And then, so we have those two. I wanted to mention routine. So routines are something interesting. So with our Amazon devices, you have things called routines and you have things called scenes. You're going to hear both. Different companies will interchange those, but really those are two different ones. Scenes are how the lights look, only lights, how the lights look in a home. So not when the lights turn on or anything like that. A scene is just how the lights look, essentially. If you want it to be red, you want it to be blue, you want it to, whatever. but just what the lights look like. And then the routine is what it's going to do. Oh, you heard that? Our AC almost turned on because I have it on a cycle right now to turn on at a certain time, which is a routine. So for one of our routines, I can say something like, I can get up in the morning and I can say, Alexa, good morning.
Good morning, Ramon. Please remember to take your medicine at the breakfast located next to the microwave.
As you can see, I have just that light turning red so that I know to go
Have
over
a
to
great
there.
day.
And then it turns back. And so you can do that with any color, any light. Even if I wanted, like, let's say these individual lights, I can take any of those lights and I can change them into a different color for that same reason. Let me get we're doing time so far. And so I can do that. I did warm up my lunch. Let's see what else. I think that's it. You can you want to do how?
No, I was just gonna say you can do them or like go to bed, same type of
Yep,
thing. Just all
same
the
thing
things.
to go to bed. And then they all work with all your smart technology as well. That's one thing I wanted to mention was smart plugs. That's one thing I love mentioning, smart plugs, because if you're hearing this for and you're like, that's all a lot. That's a lot. So try to activate all that. The easiest possible device that you can use that is smart is called a smart plug. And a lot of people know about it, but they're still pretty new. And all it is, it's in there, but all it is this little block that you can plug a plug into. The only purpose of that smart plug is to allow the flow of electricity and to just not allow the flow of electricity, to stop it. That's all it does. And then it has like a Wi-Fi, not Wi-Fi, but like a Wi-Fi Bluetooth connection, a part of it. So what the purpose is so like, let's say a coffee machine or a fan. Fans are perfect, fans and lamps. Let's say you have a fan or a lamp, but it's not smart. So do I have to go out and buy a whole new lamp that's smart and it has to cost? No, you can buy a $10 smart plug, plug your fan into it, and then through there, what they call companion apps. Companion apps are basically the apps that come with the device through the companion, which are most likely free. Most of them are. Then you would just set up the timing for it and you would pair it to your device. And all of this is done, like it helps you through it. Like there's directions, next step, next step, next step. It's made super easy to do that type of thing. But again, you do need some type of smart device like an iPad, tablet, iPhone, Google Pixel, whatever you want to use. And then the smart plug, you can set it up for a timer. Some of our smart plugs even they have data consumption so that you can have them plugged into a bunch of different devices to see how much energy and electricity you're using in your home. And then just for the hands-free, the whole piece about it being hands-free. You know how many times I love to turn on my fan and not get out of my bed? Like I love doing that. But that also helps with someone with a physical disability that can't get out of bed. And so those are the best. Also for security purposes, you can actually set up the lamps to, like, let's say you're not home or someone's not home, you can set the lamps to turn on randomly throughout the day. So it looks like someone's home as well. Really helpful. So that's smart plug. If you're gonna start doing smart home stuff, start with smart plugs. Smart plugs are the best thing in the world. I love them so much. And then another thing I wanted to mention, it's hard to see, but there's something right here. I don't know if you can see it?
Yeah.
So this is called, it's actually interesting. It's not a smart device. It's kind of medium tech, but it's really cool. So what this is it's called an automatic oven control. So we have our oven right here. The oven's not smart, but the reason our oven is, instead of the controls being in the back, they're in the front. Again, someone with a physical disability, someone who's in a wheelchair, anything like that, they can still access controls. The company with this is Frigid Air. But anyway, so this is a, it controls your oven based on motion control. So there's this little motion, I know it's hard to see, sorry, but there's this little motion controller here. If this detects that no one is moving around the stove after a certain amount of time, it's going to shut your stove off, your oven off. And that's important. I think there's a store called the Alzheimer's store online. That's where you can find one of these. So basically how it works is that little white device is connected to a smart plug, you could say, and then you plug your oven into that box, and then that box into the wall. And so, you know, if I'm not moving around there, if I forgot, you know, I either forgot or if I have some type of attention challenge as well, and I leave, I'm cooking something in there, it's you know, it helps with fires, you know, with that safety. Someone asked me an amazing question that I love saying all the time, because someone actually got me because they were like, okay, I get that. Well, what if I'm roasting a turkey for Thanksgiving and that takes hours? Do I have to stand by that for hours? No, you do not. You can set the times on there for certain amounts of time. So you don't actually have to stand by there and keep swiping that thing for hours. Don't worry, you can set a certain amount of time. It's still really, really cool. And it's like I said, again, one of my favorite tools, right? Okay, cool. So yeah, so the last couple things we have, we're always trying to upgrade it to the smart home. And so recently we've been trying to upgrade it with more medical equipment, because that's something that we realize we don't really have much of in here. So we try to, I think we're gonna get soon a heart rate monitor that goes straight to your phone. So it's something that you can just slide on your arm, it blows up for you, and then it goes to your phone with all of the data. Real helpful, especially with this, yeah, blood pressure, yeah, with this, yeah, I said heart rate. I don't know why I said heart rate. No, that's okay. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, so you can do that. It goes right to your phone, and you can even have it sometimes even go right to your doctor as well. Again, with that whole can't get out of that house as often, telehealth, all that, it's helping with all of that as well. Then there's also the whole cleaning. You know, no one likes to. I love to clean, to be honest, but no one likes to clean. So you can't see it, but we have a Roomba in here. It's an older one, but what we love about the Roomba is it cleans for you. And these days they have mopping ones and they have sweeping ones, and vacuum. Even past that, some of them have hubs that it'll go back to the hub and empty itself and re-clean itself, which is awesome. And then they also have stuff like LiDAR, and radars and all that kind of stuff that help with not getting stuck on like ears and they don't really do earphone cords anymore. That's not a thing, but things like that, wires, all that type of stuff like that. I'm trying to think if there's a lot in here. And so we love having people come in here and tour it. We were just partnered with AARP recently, and so you're in Connecticut. Every month we will give a tour based on a certain specific topic. The one coming up is going to be routines, actually, which is pretty awesome. And so we'll give tours for those people. I just don't want to make sure I'm not missing anything. The fridge is not smart. I can mention that. So the last thing I'll mention, let's see how much time I have. Yes, 5 minutes, I can do it. So the last thing I mentioned, you can't actually see it, but there is a company called Xandar Cardian. It's like XANDARKARDIAN. And they're a company that works in radar technology. And so basically they have no camera, their devices have no cameras, their devices have no microphones, but they work in fall detection. That's actually something I brought up, fall detection. And so there's like this pipe that's like, on the wall that's like about this big. And I think it's about 20 by 20 or 30 to 30 by 30 feet that it'll detect fall in any falls in. They're always updating or upgrading their technology, but those are one of those premium products. The one you can't find in a store. They're a Canadian company. You'll have to call them to get that. But they are having actually I think they're still having it, a pilot program right now for care facilities. For free, they will come and they will set up the technology in your group home or care facility, and they just want to test it. They just want to have the data of to be able to see if their product is working, and it's awesome. I mean, you can put some of these at the top of your bed. Awesome, 3 to 4 minutes. I gotcha. You can put these at the top of your bed, and it'll be able to read again, all radar, no cameras, no microphones. It'll be able to read your heart rate, blood pressure, I guess, not blood pressure, but heart rate, body temperature, respiration, tracking, and all of that, so that, again, you don't even have to move. You don't even need the pieces to go on you. It can do all of that on its own. And it's just this little box that they stick on the wall right above your bed, which is pretty awesome. I think that's it for me. 3 minutes to spare. But yeah, that's it for me. Thank you. Let me see if it worked. We'll see. This one might respond. So let me turn the speaker off on this one. I think the command is Alexa, the tour is over.
Thank you for touring the show. Email Ramon for more smart technology information. This is Alexa signing off.
And then our lights turn on. Cool. So yeah, so that's it. That's I appreciate you all being here and listening to me, and contact me if you want the show to come at all, because we are having this show go through throughout the US at this point. So yeah, so we would love to have you, and I will answer any questions, through email if you would like to. Any questions you have? But yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That is all I have.
And thank the NEAT Center and Ramon for doing this virtually as well. So just to keep the show going here, we're going to start out with what's called the Ignite session. For everyone who's joining us virtually, in this space we're at MLK Library, we have over 23 tech exhibitors here in person for our in-person attendees to touch, feel, and play, ask the questions about the great tech solutions they offer. In addition to those tech vendors, we also have some strong community tech partners here who also work hard to expose people with disabilities in the district to all the great tech solutions and really make an informed decision or train people on tech and so many other things they can offer. Long story short, what we have here in this segment is the Ignite session. We are going to give those exhibitors 2 minutes to come up, explain who they are, how they are impacting people with disabilities to live and, more independently, whether it's at work, home, or in the community, and really get you introduced to them virtually, as well as if you weren't or you did not have the opportunity here in person to get to every table, this is the opportunity to hear from them and what they offer. So first and foremost, we are going to start with Homegrown, our DC Assistive Technology program here in the district, to kick this Ignite session off, to explain what they do here in the district.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia Johns, and I'm the program manager for the District of Columbia Assistive Technology Program. We provide services to District of Columbia residents with disabilities and seniors so that they will have to learn about assistive technology so to live independently and also to be successful in all the endeavors, employment and educational. Our services include an assistive technology resource center in which individuals can come and try out a variety of assistive technology devices. In addition to that, we offer a device loan program in which the individuals can borrow some of those devices as well. We also have a fun program called DC Funds. A lot of times people always say, how can I pay for this? So we have a fund in which, like a financial loan, individuals can borrow between $500 and $10,000 at a low percent of 3% to purchase some of the devices. And the last program we have is DC Shares, our equipment recycling program, in which individuals can borrow, well, they can get wheelchairs and other durable medical equipment.
Hello, beautiful people, kings and queens, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adrian Sutton. I work for Octo. Octo is the techie DC government agency. If you had a DC government job, and Octo will be the people that service your email or your work phone. I had the pleasure to talk to you guys about Tech Together DC. Tech Together DC is Mayor Bowser's plan to end the digital divide here in Washington, DC. So I have a cool job. I teach communities about technology, and then I put technology inside of communities. So some of the ways I do that is I have a world famous senior tech workshop where I teach senior citizens how to be millennials with their smart devices. This does not stop with seniors, all right? This works for working age adults, returning citizens, and even residents with disabilities. I talked about how I put technology, or how we put technology in communities. One example of that is Connect Potomac Gardens, where we created a free Wi-Fi access point at Potomac Gardens, and we have plans of doing other housing authority sites where now residents have free Wi-Fi inside of their homes. That's a good thing. Let's clap that up. All right, if y'all like what I say, just clap it up, okay? And then lastly, all right, we teaching people about technology. We playing technology in communities. Let's say you already have internet, right? But it's a little high, right? ACP is a federal program that allows you to get a $30 discount on your internet bill. All right, a federal program to pay your internet provider. If you have any type of hardship, SNAP, Medicaid, if you're 200% below the poverty guideline like myself, then you will be eligible for this $30 discount. Again, Adrian Sutton, Octo, we teach communities about technology and put technologies in communities. If you like what I talked about and you want to have a seminar at your wellness center, library, or church, I have a table out there where we can connect and talk about it. And if you like what I said, let's clap it up. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for including us today's event. My name is Marsha Dorn, and I work for Florio. And we are a very cool, innovative company bringing virtual reality to the hands of therapists, educators, and parents. The way that our product works is that you just need an iPhone, which many of us have. You can buy a headset like this for pretty cheap off of Amazon. Your iPhone goes in here, and then whether you are a job coach, a direct support professional, a parent, an educator, you get to see everything that your learner sees through this iPad, and you can engage and participate with them in the virtual universe through this iPad. Our lessons cover a variety of topics, including communication skills, social skills. We focus on daily living skills, community integration, and we also have a set of lessons focused on safety. So we have topics that include going through the airport, TSA, what to expect, how to go through the line, how to go through the scanner. We have topics on lessons on how to ride the bus, how to join a conversation in school. We also have some lessons that are geared towards emotional regulation. So we have some really cool scenes under the water or in a crystal cave to teach people how to practice their calming strategies, and also just provide a really cool place where they can hang out and relax a little bit. So we have some very cool things happening. We're constantly thinking about how we can expand our library and develop new lessons and new activities and use our technology in an innovative way. And I invite you all to come visit us at our table. We're in the corner in the back. Our company is called Florio, and I hope to see you there.
Hey, everybody. My name is Kevin Winslow. I'm the development director at Empower Me. And we have an electronic cognitive device, and it is a support platform where you can build digital multimedia guides that are responsive. So they're kind of like when somebody has one of those binders with visual schedules and task analyses in them, maybe step-by-step instructions for how to accomplish a task. You can build things like that in this digital format, and you can make them as responsive and interactive as you want, so that it helps support these users on a cognitive level. And then when it generates a report from them playing these guides, it sends that data to anyone the user chooses. So it could be their clinicians, it could be their providers, it could be employers, teachers, whoever. And at the same time, when it is collecting that data, the user reported data, it can also collect data from any integrated technology that they might be using. So if they're using a smartwatch, or if they're using a smart ring that's doing that's tracking their sleep, or maybe they're using, we have a partner who has a smart toilet seat that collects urinalysis, and it can collect all of these data markers, and then you get this nice, beautiful, holistic view of what's going on with your client, because you're getting, again, their user reported data and these biomarkers at the same time. Everything is built specific and custom to that user. And once they get their clinical assessment and all of that, we set up a device, we give them that device, and then they can customize it further from there. So all of the material that they're working with, their lessons built specific to that individual. It's not something that they just grab from wherever. It is something literally designed for them. Sure, and I'm gonna wrap it up there, but come visit me. My name's Kevin.
Hello, and thanks for having me here. My name is Ken Smith. I'm with a company called NextGen AT. And what we're doing is we're trying to knock down the barriers of acceptance of technology, as well as increase the capacity of utilizing these services such as remote supports. And the way we do that is by developing a platform so that the local direct support provider can adopt remote supports as a solution that they deliver in-house themselves, as opposed to contracting with an outside vendor. The justification behind this is manyfold, but one of the first things is in the area of capacity. There are not enough remote support vendors. Great people, I was one of them once upon a time. Great people, but there's just not enough to meet the coming demand that we're facing. And so we have to increase that capacity by creating more remote support vendors. The other challenges that we run into as remote support vendors is the local provider tends to be a little bit hesitant to hand over the support of an individual that they're caring for to somebody who is, miles away or across the country. And so they're not real crazy about that idea. And so this gives them the opportunity to provide that support themselves. The other big barrier that we always ran into as a vendor, as a remote support vendor, is the individuals were also concerned about, I know you're my provider, but I don't know them. And so what this does is it eliminates those two major barriers while at the same time increasing the capacity across the country, because as being a vendor myself, my co-founder, Dustin Wright, was also a remote support vendor provider. And we both brought all of our knowledge together to create this platform so that we could pass on the knowledge, the hardware and the software onto you. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody awake? After lunch, stick us after lunch. I'm Jill. I'm with an agency called Shift. We do not have these cool gadgets and technology, but we support them and we want you to check them all out. But we believe that your journey to using those begins with education. So we are an education platform, fully remote, fully learn at your own pace. We can serve anyone from that direct support professional who's creating that care plan for someone, to a family member who's learning to embrace technology, to an entire organization that wants to go through a learning journey together. So by the end, you have your organizational technology integration plan. You're all using the same language. You all know what direction you're going. So we have levels for everyone. Come by and please check us out. We can do a 2-week demo for you so you can play with it, but it's fun, it's interactive, it's video, it's voiceover. Please come see me. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zamora Crawford-Olin, and I am the founder of Thrive with Artie. And Thrive with Artie is a digital tool that individuals with autism can use to support in their transition from childhood to adulthood. So they can go online, access the mobile app directly from our website, and they can get some instruction on what transition looks like for them. So those foundational skills, those life skills, those soft skills that they need to help them transition successfully into adulthood. So the app is absolutely free, and they can go again directly to our website to download it. So even though you can access it from a mobile device, they don't have to have a mobile device to use it. So they can use it right from their desktop. So please come see us at the end where we're in the back over there, and you can actually take a look at our app and sort of walk through to see what the lessons sort of look like. We have different modalities on there, some written words, some videos. So if individuals are used to receiving the information in a different way, they can get it directly the way that works for them. So visit us online at www.thrivewithartie.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Keating, and I'm the founder and CEO of Cognitopia. And we've developed a suite of web-based self-management and executive functioning applications with the goal of helping people with autism and intellectual disabilities be more independent, and helping their DSPs and other people on their support team optimize the assistance that they provide. We call Cognitopia the place where self-determination comes to life, because we see a gap between the idea of self-determination and the availability of user-facing tools that help people actually behave in ways that build that sense of self-advocacy and self-efficacy that adds up to self-determination. We believe that should start early in life, because those skills don't develop overnight. We've got 3 tools on our platform right now. One is called Routines, and it's a way to create multimedia task analysis of any activity or event. Those routines can have images, video, or text to illustrate the steps of accomplishing anything at home, at school, or at work. And any routine is automatically equipped with a QR code that can be scanned to show that routine. Using that code, posted in the environment, any place to provide location-specific task accomplishment support. We have another tool called Goal Guide, which allows any activity or routine to be scheduled, to get reminders on your phone, and to take data on your accomplishments and share that data with people on your support team. And finally, we have My Life, which is a digital portfolio that does a number of things. It lets people tell their story. It began as a tool for IEP self-direction and solve the problem that most students don't know what's in their IEP and they don't take an active role in their IEP meetings. That translates the same to adulthood and maybe even more so. So it's a way for people to take more control over their lives, to be more involved in telling their story. And the portfolio moved from IEP self-direction. People are now using it to create multimedia career path resumes as well. So again, I'm Tom Keating, Cognitopia. You can come and see us at the table or look us up online. We're always happy to set up Zoom sessions to give people a deeper dive into what we're doing. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank the DD Council and Ronald for having me here today. I'm Josh Massey. I'm the founder and CEO of CarePool. We are rideshare, inclusive for everyone. My story begins, I'm from rural Wisconsin, but found myself in Chicago as a technology staffing expert. And when we had started doing transportation technology, I knew I found the space I wanted to be in. At the same time, Wisconsin had passed the laws around rideshare, and I moved home to start the first Midwest rideshare. My grandmother was taking Meditate rides. They were taking an entire day for an hour ride, for an hour appointment rather, hours on each end. So figured, why can't we use this model? At the same time, my hometown, Madison, Wisconsin, has one of the best disability employment programs in the nation. They've had some of the highest numbers for over 40 years. They brought me in and said, hey, we want to use this for this community. And right away, I knew that this was another piece that needed to be helped, and really enjoyed working, building this alongside the state. So we really created a rideshare program that fits within Medicaid processes. It can be ordered on behalf of others for an entire authorization at once over a 6-month period, or it can be now used on demand. We're currently in 5 states, and we're looking for places to expand. I guess right now, the biggest issue I'm finding out is that the wheelchair accessibility piece needs to be written into legislation so that we can have accessibility, wheelchair accessibility vehicles in the same capacity we do regular. And so I'm out here trying to find partners in this, in regards to this, and we need to write policies around this because right now insurances are about 4 times as much for a wheelchair vehicle on a ride as it is a regular vehicle, and that's just, it's not correct. So we're now doing paratransit on demand and working with the state of Colorado. We work in rural areas, big cities, and suburbia. But once again, I'm Josh Massey with CarePool. Be happy to talk if you'd like to discuss more. Thank you much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Kim. 20 years ago, when our president started our company, he was trying to explain to his son what this business would do. And his son said, oh, I get it. You create ability. And the name stuck. We are Creatability, www.createabilityinc.org. We are a builder of very user-friendly apps for the population that has disabilities and also brain injuries, very easily downloaded to any type of phone or tablet. As they do that, the staff person, job coach who works with them also has the same platform on their device. They can work together in person or they could do that remotely. Prior to using our tool called Flourish, which is a person-centered planning tool, our customers told us that prior to using Flourish, it was very frustrating trying to keep the person served in the center of the person-centered plan. Maybe you've experienced that. Prior to using our Employment Pathfinder, our customers told us that it was very difficult helping an individual find the right job and stay in that job. And as job coaches came and went, it was difficult getting them up to snuff and up to speed as to what the job seeker was doing. Our apps help with that. Maybe you have a client that has memory issues. they struggle with daily activities or remembering tasks and sequences at work, we have a tool called MeMinder that can help with that. Those are some of our apps and more. Come and talk to me at our booth, or again, visit www.createabilityinc.org. And thanks for having us here today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Ray. I'm president of Simply Home. And thanks for allowing me to share a few minutes about Simply Home. I'm also the next speaker at about 2:30. So if you want to learn more, hang out. But at Simply Home, we started about 18 years ago. So we've been in the tech world for a long time. We started as a service provider. And we really saw a lot of opportunities where individuals we were serving wanted to become more independent. And we needed to overcome a lot of the challenges we were facing even then with staffing and serving people in a lot of different locations. And technology was one of the tools that we felt could help enable that. And that's how Simply Home was born. So we have all kinds of tech that is integrated into someone's home. We want to understand what the abilities, preferences, and goals of each person are to fit the right tech to each person. So we empower independence through enabling individuals to be supported remotely, but also giving them the tools to have choice and independence in their own home. So if they need to control their own home, if they just need some simple reminders about, did I leave my stove on? Did I forget to take my medication? All those kinds of things, we have tech tools to know, did that happen? Did it not happen? So we can engage that individual immediately, and we can have the information as a provider to know that we're equipping that person properly with tech support. So hang out, learn a little bit more about us here at about 2:30 or 2:15, not exactly sure, but I'll be around. Come by and see us at our booth as well. So thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michaela. I'm with Spirit Club Fitness, and we are a gym located in Kensington, Maryland, but we also have a virtual platform, and we have trainers in DC and Baltimore, and we're expanding in the DMV area. But we are a program that creates fitness programs for people with disabilities. So we have accessible programming, supportive programming. Our virtual platform allows people to do on-demand videos as well as follow along with live classes. We have trainers that can come to programs and train an entire group of people or do one-on-one. Our founder, Jared, actually came up with the concept for Spirit Club when he was out of college. He was working as both a support counselor and a personal trainer, and found that a lot of his clients that he was supporting had a lot of fitness goals, and they had nowhere to go to get the things that they needed to be able to provide this kind of opportunity for his clients. So he created his own, and that is Spirit Club Fitness. So you can come by and check out our table. We would be happy to chat with anybody, individuals, as well as programs, so that we can see how we can spread this program further and across the states. We do work virtually with people all across the United States of America and Canada. So really, if you know anybody anywhere who needs this, it's important that we make sure that everybody feels included. So both developmental, intellectual disabilities, we have things that cater to people who are hard of hearing as well as who have vision loss. So anyone who could use our programs, we would love to chat with you. We have a table over there, and our founder, Jared, is actually upstairs right now giving a demonstration of some of our virtual classes. If you want to check that out, that'll go until 2:15. Awesome. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julika. I'm the founder and CEO at Mentra. And at Mentra, we're building an employment network that matches neurodiverse individuals, folks with autism, ADHD, dyslexia, and other neurological diversity to match with meaningful careers. Now, growing up, I witnessed the challenges that people with disabilities face every day. My brother Vikram is a non-speaking autistic individual. And for most of his life, I assumed what everyone else did. He was cognitively disabled with little ability to leave his mark on the world and find independence and a sense of purpose. Then at the age of 27, with the right technology, he learned how to communicate And with every letter that he typed, we discovered that he was an incredible poet and he could write poetry in multiple languages. Now, that really demonstrated how much talent goes overlooked in the community of people who think differently and how much potential we have as technologists to really tap into this community and bring neurodiversity to the workforce. So that's exactly what Mentra does. We've realized that when brought into the workforce, neurodivergents are 30% more productive than the average employee, yet there's a staggering 80% unemployment rate. So Mentra is here to change that. We're building an employment network, which is think of it like a LinkedIn for the neurodiverse. It's built to be fully cognitively accessible for this community. And there's 3 main parts to it. The first one is we match neurodivergents with meaningful careers. The second is we match employers with a centralized ecosystem of talent. And finally, we bring together the service provider ecosystem of universities, Voc Rehab, job coaches to really lift this community through technology. And we have a booth outside. We have our co-founder Connor right there, and excited to meet with all of you today. And yeah, thanks so much for having us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Megan Kalishman from Station MD. Thanks for having me. Just a little bit about Station MD and how it got it started. Station MD was founded by 4 board-certified emergency medicine physicians, and they were finding on a day-to-day basis when they were working in the ER that individuals with IDD were coming in often for things that were, pretty easily treated in a different environment. Maybe somebody had a minor fall, or maybe they had some cough and cold symptoms. Maybe they even just needed a prescription refill. And they thought, you know what, there must be a better way to treat this population. And they founded Station MD. And one of the first things that they did when they founded the company was to actually develop a training program for our doctors. They all have specialized training in caring for individuals with IDD. And with our services, you have access to a physician 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It doesn't matter if it's Christmas Day or midnight on New Year's Eve. There's always a doctor readily available to handle any kind of questions or concerns or medical issues. What our whole purpose is really to try to minimize those ER visits and those urgent care visits and treat people in the comfort of their home so that they don't have to go through that whole trauma of getting transported. They don't have to get exposed to things in the ER or the urgent care. If they have caregivers going with them, those people also don't need to be exposed. So we've had some really great success. We're in about 16 states right now. We cover about 30,000 people on a daily basis. We treat people in place about 90% of the time. And we're really honored because we've been working in the DC and Maryland areas with the DDS. We cover about 1,500 individuals in the area. And it's going really well so far. So we want to thank everybody, and I'm outside as well if anyone has any questions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joe Jamison. I'm the CEO and founder of Visitable, and we are a disability inclusion firm that specializes on the physical aspect of different locations, as well as policies, programs, practices, and attitudinal/interpersonal inclusion for people with disabilities. My background is that my father has used a wheelchair for my entire life, and we were growing up and trying to visit different locations, travel, growing up in the Boy Scouts, trying to go to campgrounds, recreation centers, etc. And it was just hard to know if things were going to be accessible for my family visiting, much less to know that my dad would be treated equally and treated the same as the rest of my family with dignity and respect. I did a lot more digging and found out that kind of the ADA and kind of the implementation of disability inclusion and the Americans with Disabilities Act was very reactive and punitive, and decided I wanted to do something to create a business that was incentivizing a more proactive and positive motivation for all entities to consider and improve their physical accessibility and disability inclusion. So Visitable basically started 2 proactive certification programs to help governments, educational institutions, and businesses promote and improve their training, awareness, and transparency. So part of that process, we have training on disability etiquette and inclusion, where we cover interpersonal skills, physical aspects, and industry-specific best practices. We also look at the physical spaces and give assessments. We hire mystery guests, which are community members in that community of the client that have disabilities, to give their own feedback and advice. And then we create a report with feedback and advice of the mystery guest as well as ourselves, and create a listing on our database of accessibility information so we can answer those crucial accessibility questions. And so people can really visualize a space before they go. And by doing that, we're hoping to create a more proactive and more inclusive world, and more proactive motivation for accessibility and disability inclusion. Thanks for having us here and for listening, and we'll be out there happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Hello there. My name is John Dickerson. I'm going to ask you a favor before we get started. I just realized this afternoon, today starts my 51st year working in the disability field. And I got to spend it with important people here in DC talking about technology. Ken, our friend Dustin Wright said, the technology movement is the deinstitutionalization movement of our generation, your generation. One of the things that struck me in my career, my long career, was a mother who said to me, entering the disability system is like walking into this room, and you know there's a beautiful bookcase there filled with all these marvelous things, all these wonderful things, and there's a curtain in front of it. And I can only reach in and pull out in the dark one thing at a time and decide, am I going to do that or not? When I retired from the ARC, we started a company, Life Course Connect, that is all about removing that curtain. We do that in a way by, we've got a growing library of over 2,000 videos, all 1 minute long, designed to show people what's out there, to show the success of what's out there, to show a young woman in the back there that has a t-shirt that says, coding for girls. Think about that in the future of where we're going. So Life Course Connect is about building expectations, sharing where we want to go, and it's matched with Life Course Online. In my years, the best person-centered planning tool I've ever seen. Not for the system, not for the provider, but for the person. How do they decide what works for them in a living, breathing tool you can use every day on your phone? Not something you put in a file cabinet and come back to once a year. We're going to be rolling out Life Course Connect in Maryland with 1,000 people this fall. We're now in 7 other states beginning to use these tools with folks, and we're seeing results. Mother said to me after going through Life Course Connect, my daughter's 14 years old, and this is the first time anybody's ever said she had gifts. Every other plan talked about everything that was wrong with her. Last thing I'll say with you, just to validate this, I was driving in with my Uber driver today. He has a 13-year-old daughter from Howard County, Maryland. He knew nothing about this conference or the one yesterday, knew nothing about the tools that are out there, and he's struggling with what comes next after school. You're part of a revolution, folks. Thanks for letting us be part of it. Our table's in the back. Thank you for what you do today and what you're going to do tomorrow.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Renner. I'm co-founder and CTO of Life Sherpa. Please note CTO as you critique my speech. But we have developed a platform, a service delivery platform, and our mission is to support the service providers in program and service delivery while advancing client independence. And let me unpack that to you just a little bit. We've talked a lot about technology here today and in this conference. There's a lot of great technology out there, a lot of it that directly benefits individuals. Much of that technology and a lot of the supports are not pulled together into a platform that's easily manageable. It gives you visibility. allows you to see what's going on, to do it and support it at scale. So we actually have 3 goals in mind with Life Sherpa as a platform. One is that we want to enhance client independence, help our service providers enhance client independence by turning this mobile device into their support buddy and support tool, crafting individual supports for each individual, but yet managing it at scale. Not having to have a direct physical interactions to support the technology. And to have the security that their support staff have visibility to what they're doing. We want to enhance staff capacity through efficiency and through visibility and data. We collect a lot of data because it's on a single platform. You can use that data to understand and assess your clients. You can use that data to understand and assess your own operation. We're trying to enhance the and remove some of the burdens that our providers have today in the way that they have to provide services. Let's get rid of some of the paper. Let's start making data collection a part of the overall process. Our platform consists of mobile apps, web apps that are accessible to both staff and to individuals. At the end of the day, we want to give you a single pane of glass where you can see the clients, you see your staff, you communicate with your staff, you have compliance reporting. These things are captured in this data, and information is captured as part of your normal everyday process. Look forward to supporting all these great works that are out here through our platform. Thanks for being here today. Please come by and see me at our booth.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Kimberly Hill, and I am the director with Rest Assured. We are a remote provider company who provides remote monitoring for individuals with disability as well as the aging population to help them live independently in their home and safely. We are based out of Lafayette, Indiana, so we drove a little bit of a ways to come here today. And with our technology, we use a variety of technology. We do have pendants that we use for individuals that are fall risk. We have the 2-way monitor where our telecaregivers can actually speak to the individuals and talk to them directly. We have emergency buttons that they can press in the event of an emergency. Each plan that we create for our individuals are actually tailored to their specific needs. So what does that look like? Typically what we do is we meet with the team and the family and we just do an assessment. We try to determine what type of system and independence best suits that individual. And then we create that plan. Several of our individuals need assistance with monitoring for seizures and falls, and they need assistance with medication reminders and things like that. And we are able to provide those reminders and also make sure that they're checking their blood sugars. We have the technology to do that as well. As far as the intake process for our services, from start to finish, it typically takes about 3 to 4 weeks. And then once we get past the installation, we are able to actually provide monitoring that same day. But we're really super excited and passionate about what we do. We keep it very person-centered. I'd like to share an example with you of one of our individuals and just kind of how I think our services stand out a little bit more. We have an individual that is very, very terrified of thunderstorms. And our technology that we use, our telecaregiver was actually able to, look at the weather in that area. And she knows, I'll just say her name is Cindy, that Cindy, was very terrified of storms. Our telecaregiver will actually call the location and talk to Cindy and let her know, Cindy, there's a storm coming through. But if you need anything, we're right here. You can just press the site call button and we will come on and we will assist you. So we keep it very, very personable with our individuals. And that's just something I'm really, really passionate about. I have a brother who is autistic and also uses the service. So anyway, I could go on and on, But we really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and we'd love to chat with you more. We're just out there on the right side there. So stop by and see Rest Assured. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyle Corbin. I'm with Safe and Home, and we are also a remote support company. We utilize staffing on demand that's available 24/7, and we utilize 60 plus different items that we can help people become as independent as possible. So the process that we look at when we're putting things together is we would sit down with the team and discuss what's important to and what's important for the individual. Where do they want to be in the future? What's their life going to look like? And can we use technology services to get there? So we build every service one person at a time. It's not just here's some technology and off you go. It's let's work together to see what solutions make the most sense for each person on an individual basis. So I brought a couple of my favorite items that we utilize. This is our GeoComm device. This is GPS enabled, and this is great for somebody that is out and about in the community. So say they take the wrong subway exit, or they get off at the wrong bus stop and they get a little confused as to where they're at. You can push this button. It's GPS enabled. It'll allow staff to know exactly where you are. They can talk to you through this. You can talk back, say, hey, I got off on the wrong bus. I don't know where I'm at. Can you help me get where I need to be? Yep, we know exactly where you're at. You need to go up a couple streets, over another one, and we'll work from there. So that one's one of my favorites. Another one that is brand new that we're utilizing. This is our seizure monitoring device. Looks just like a wristwatch. This is wonderful for folks that maybe can't tell you when they're having a seizure or don't know. So if they have one at night, it can not only alert staff that there may be an issue, but it also records the intensity and duration of the seizures. And that's information that can be reported back to the doctor to ensure that medication is at correct dosages, that everything is where it needs to be in line for that individual. So again, just want to circle back that these are tools. They're not the be all end all. They're just pieces that we utilize to help people become more independent. And every process that we do is really driven by that individual and that individual's team. So thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Jimmy with THS Remote Supports. We are also a remote support provider. So we have staff that help individuals in their homes. We're just a little bit further away than actually being in the home. So initially we'd meet with the individual. We would learn why staff are in the home, or we would learn why, if there aren't staff in the home, someone might need a little bit more supervision than being fully by themselves. Our services are scheduled and person-centered, so the pieces of equipment that we'd use are what the individual would need or want in the home, so they feel comfortable and safe. We look at specific times of day. Overnights are usually when people try and start using remote supports, because that's when they need the least amount of physical help. We cover the entire day 24/7, and we do lots of different types of services. We have seizure monitoring, multiple different fall detection systems, medication devices. We have a two-way talk device. So we get a lot of calls during storms when someone might just have a little bit of anxiety from some thunder and lightning, but we can chat and make people feel comfortable. And if that's what's needed, then that's what we can do. So our goal is to replicate what a staff person, a direct care professional might do in the home, just us do it through technology, and gives them a little bit of independence and some space, and they don't have to worry about feeling strange with someone sleeping on the couch in the other room, or turning their TV on, or wondering where their remote went when they went to the bathroom. So that's THS Remote Supports, and thanks for having us.
So It's only right. We started out with DC Assistive Technology Program as one of the local programs. So I'm going to cap this Ignite session off with another one of our local programs here in the district. And they're actually housed here in the MLK Library, they being the Center for Accessibility at the public library. They do a gamut of things that can offer to people with disabilities. From book clubs, podcasts, accessible game nights. They also have classes in American Sign Language, Braille and assistive technology services as well. They also are able to offer classes on tech basics, as well as with assistive technology such as JAWS, iOS VoiceOver, and Android Talkbook. Another great resource that's right here in our own backyard. We also see them as a tech-first partner moving forward to push forward this initiative, along with the Assistive Technology Center. And as you saw from Adrian Sutton, DC Tech together as well. Really, how can we look at this from leveraging resources, pooling resources together for the people we support in different ways to really advance tech first. So speaking of our own backyard, one other spot on this program I really wanted to share is that, one of our most innovative service providers in DDS, St. John's Community Services, really did not wait for DDS. They took the bull by the horns and really advanced efforts to introduce people to tech, get them comfortable with it, and really teach them how to utilize tech as a tool to live more independently. In addition to that, co-presenting with St. John's, Precious Myers Brown, Program of Innovation Office Chief and Officer, is Jason Ray, who was just up here from Simply Home, who's the founder of Simply Home, and really brings them together to explain the journey for introducing enabling technology and remote supports and really using it to its best advantage for people supported. So with that said, I invite you both to the stage. One moment, please. We're setting the stage.
Test one.
Test, test. Can you guys hear us? Are we good to go? All right. So you guys just saw me. I'm Jason Ray, president of Simply Home.
Precious Myers Brown, Chief Innovation Officer for St. John's Community Services, and a proud member of the DC Coalition.
So we're going to talk today about enabling technology and remote support and a lot of these different phrases that you've heard all throughout today. Try and give you a broad overview of what that means, along with some tangible examples of how that's actually been implemented for individuals, both here in DC with St. John's, but also in other areas as well. So I want to just start with an obvious thing, and that is, in human services, we have a workforce in crisis. That is not a surprise to anyone in the room, I don't think. Just some quick stats, 20 to 50% vacancy rates reported, pretty high turnover percentages as well. But one of the things to think about is we cannot solve the problems that we currently see with the same thing we use to create them, quote by Albert Einstein. So what do we need to do? And these problems are not going to be solved with another dollar to direct care staff, as great as that is and as needed as it is, or a new HR strategy, right? We have to think fundamentally different about how we can provide support to individuals. And technology is one of the tools that can impact that and make that possible. Ancor did a study along with someone named Shay Tanis back in 2021, and they interviewed over 200 service providers across the country. And one of the things that they found from that study was that 86% of those providers think that technology is a tool that can help them address their current workforce crisis. And we think so as well. So we're just going to start with defining what is enabling technology. So if you were here this morning, heard Harold Slove speak, he used that term a few times. There's a lot of terms that come into this field. If you've heard assistive technology, environmental controls, task prompting, all these kinds of things are encompassed in this idea of enabling technology. And as Harold pointed out, assistive technology has elements of enabling technologies, just like remote supports does and all of these things, but it really kind of fits under this broad umbrella. And so what we want to think about is technology a tool that empowers independence for an individual where they live, work, or play? Basic definition, right? If you think about assistive technology, it's about how does that enhance or maintain someone's abilities, right? And again, that is an aspect of creating that independence, but it's not all of those aspects. So we're going to get through a number of these different examples. I just wanted to kind of define that in a little bit more depth for everyone. I don't know if Precious, you have anything you want to add to that? So as we talk about enabling technology, we want to understand the impact that it can have on clients supported, as well as their support team, and then think about the overall outcomes. And again, as we just talked about in that definition, it has to be broadly applied. So one of the issues that we've often seen when we start talking about enabling technology or remote support or any of those forms of tech is that people jump to certain things that they know. Maybe it's how this is applied in a residential setting with the remote supports. But again, we need to think more holistically and more broadly to think about the impact that tech can have across the spectrum. Is it a great tool residentially? Absolutely. But can we also help someone navigate successfully in the community? I mean, you heard a great talk from Verizon earlier about some tools that they have. Fantastic. Can it help someone be more successful on the job? Great. Let's take advantage of all of those things and not just think about a specific application. How can it be applied more holistically? How can it engage someone's support team? So it's great that we can have a tool that can help someone stay on time with their medication, but we also need to have actionable information in real time. So if it's something that sits in a silo that doesn't engage anyone in real time, it's probably not going to be as effective as you hope it would be. So that real-time information is really important to a successful technology implementation. Also, having data that you can report on is often as important as that real-time information. So what I mean by that is when we look at how technology supports someone and you build it into their ISP, you have to have the information to know, is this actually working? So as you do those reassessments and annual reviews for someone's ISP, you have data that you can look at and see, is this tool to help someone navigate in the community, helping them navigate successfully in the community? Is this tool helping someone stay on task in their job successfully? Is this helping someone cook independently in their home? And so having that information available through data that the technology tells us is really important as well. And also realizing that technology can be there 24/7. You don't have to pay technology overtime. It doesn't not show up to work. It has its own flaws. It's not perfect, but it can be there 24/7. And then in terms of outcomes and impact, obviously from an individual's perspective, creating opportunities for greater independence and autonomy is crucial. But also thinking about how do we build capacity? That is one of the biggest issues throughout our industry right now. In technology, we've seen can dramatically improve things like staffing ratios and provide services in a much more cost-effective way. But also there's a tremendous opportunity. Less than 0.5%. So that's 0.5% of people who are eligible to use tech to support them are currently using it. So there's a tremendous opportunity for tech utilization across the country. And we're seeing a big uptick in states funding technology as well. So a decade ago, there was one state in the country that paid for tech. Now there's over 20. And that's changing every year. You know, more and more states are adopting this. DC has a number of initiatives right here to hopefully allow people to embrace the use of tech here. And then again, outcomes. Another thing I heard Harold talk about this morning is the relationship between staff and individuals change. That dynamic changes when technology is one of those tools. And so how can we support that in a different way? So we're going to talk about this idea of remote support and what does it mean? I know that there was probably half a dozen vendors up here who talked about this term of remote support. So we're going to break that down a little bit more specifically so that hopefully everyone can walk away knowing, okay, that's what remote support is. And again, I don't want you to think, even though the example we're going to use is a residential application, it doesn't have to just apply residentially, right? Think about the way that the same model can be utilized, supporting someone in the community, supporting someone in their job. Again, it's not specific to a residential application. So when we talk about remote support, the thing that I want to focus on, and a couple of vendors talked about this as well, is the person-centered nature of it, right? There's not a one-size-fits-all solution to tech. It's not that here's a tech solution and we're going to go find people to apply it to. It's understanding what is that unique situation for that person and what is the right tech tools to fit within that. And also understanding when we use this term remote support, that doesn't always mean paid supports. We see remote support provided by natural supports, all kinds of different ways. So again, don't think that this has to be a really prescriptive solution. It really needs to be customizable, not just in terms of where it's done, but who is providing that remote support needs to be flexible as well. So we have three just quick examples here I'm gonna run through. One is John, one is Rashid, and one is Shelly, right? And one of the things I want you to take away again is that person-centered nature of this tech solution. So not only are the tech solutions themselves different for each person, but the way that you can engage with each person can be different as well. So for John, it could be, hey, he needs a medication dispenser and he needs a Ring video doorbell. For Rashid, maybe he just needs someone to drop in and check in on him remotely every now and then. And then for Shelly, maybe she needs help cooking independently. And there's times where she needs help getting up out of bed. The tech solution, again, is not the end all be all, right? And the way that you engage with each person is not necessarily, again, something that's going to be consistent. It really needs to be based on that individual. I don't know if you want to say anything else.
No, I just want to say the technology has to make sense to the person's life. So you're not going to just buy a kit package off the shelf and then apply it to that person. It's basically the way the person wants to live. You then assign the appropriate technology that helps that person live the way they want to live. And the data that you're getting back is the exact data that you want to find out. Is this working? Is it not working? Many of us are walking around with Apple Watches on or some kind of technology on our wrist. I could have said before, oh, I walk around all day, I get my steps in. But once I looked at my watch, I found out I barely move and that I'm not getting any steps in. And this may tell me the reason why I'm not losing the weight that I thought I was going to be losing. Now, whether or not I follow the advice or the data that the information that I'm receiving on my Apple Watch doesn't matter. The point is I now know what I need to do. I now have information that helps me get to my goal, and I can start making those changes in real time based on the information that I'm receiving from my technology. No different than folks that we are supporting. The information that we're receiving has to match the needs of the person that is receiving that technology. Just wanted to add.
Beautiful. And the thing I want you to think about with this idea of remote support, all remote support means is that you are providing support for that person remotely, right? It's that simple. The way that you do that, the method could be different for every person. One person could be a phone call. The next person could be two-way audio video communication. It doesn't really matter. And again, that could be from paid supports. It could be from a family member, right? Again, it's just how do we support that person without physically sitting next to them? And technology is just one of the tools to enable that.
Can I just add one thing?
Go for
When
it.
you talk about remote support, you're not talking about abandoning somebody. You are actually probably providing more support than you've ever provided before, because we're human. I only have the senses I have with me. So if I'm working in a house with 2 or 3 other people that I'm supporting, I only can see what I can see. I only can know what I possibly could have found out. The technology becomes an auxiliary support to those who are present or far away, whether that be a family member, a mom, dad, cousin, sister, brother, neighbor. What matters is that you haven't abandoned anybody. You're actually providing even more support. I would have never known that someone may have fallen earlier today, but the communication on their wrist gave me that communication to let me know. And they may not have been able to tell me I fell today and that's why my knee is hurting. All I have is a swollen knee. And then we have an incident. Anybody that works in DC knows what that process would lead you to. But with the technology, you actually have the information about what happened. You're able to intervene faster. You have not abandoned someone. You're actually providing a better support that makes more sense to the person being supported.
And that brings up a good point, because we often hear people talk about this idea of risk. And if I'm not in front of someone, how do I know if this did or didn't happen? And there's 2 points to that. I could be providing in-person support to Precious, and I could be sitting right next to her and she could fall, right? So nothing that you put in place, whether it's an in-person support or piece of technology, is going to prevent things from happening, right? It's about how do we respond to that effectively. And again, technology is just a tool. The other point to make with that is whatever you do for a person involves planning. So when these what if scenarios come up, it happens when you provide in-person support for them. What happens if staff doesn't show up to work that day? Well, you have a plan in place to get that person the support that they need. Same thing with technology, right? You have backup plans in place to ensure that if that tech isn't working, or if that person needs some kind of intervention and support in real time, that can be provided. Again, it's all a part of that planning process that is crucial. So we're not talking about, as Precious said, just going to Amazon or Best Buy and throwing some technology in and hoping for the best, right? There is a process that you need to go through. There's tools like, Jill spoke about Shift earlier that help make sure that can be done effectively and thoughtfully as well. So just real quick, want to talk about, again, a residential application of technology and remote support, and just point out a couple of things. One, technology can be integrated throughout a home environment. So whether you want to know, did I leave the stove on? Has someone taken their medication at the right time? Has someone not gotten up in the morning? Is there a water overflow in the bathroom? Whatever that information is, there's pretty much a technology tool out there that can let you know, did that happen or did it not happen? As we talked about in one of the previous slides, it's great to know that, but if nobody is given that information, it's not a very effective means of support. So you have to be able to get that information out in real time, which means connectivity is a requirement of most tech, meaning you have to have internet service or cellular service or something available in order for that to happen. And those things are fallible, right? So again, that's where the planning process is really crucial to ensuring that this is successful. But again, it is very dynamic and customizable. There's a ton of great smart technology tools out there, from video doorbells and smart lights and locks and all kinds of stuff that could be integrated as well. But again, it needs to start with the needs of that person. So on that note, we're going to talk about an individual, David, and we're just going to talk about the role that technology plays in David's life to hopefully bring all of this together and make a little bit more sense. And then Precious is going to speak about some examples here in DC. How are we looking on time? All right, got about 25, 30 minutes. All right, so there's really three main components to enabling technology and remote support in action. So one is the identification of some kind of need of support. So that could, again, would just be me leaving my stove on for an extended period of time. Whatever that issue is, we need to know if that happened or didn't happen. And we either need to engage that person or alert somebody so that they can be engaged with that information. You good? All right. Just didn't want to get too far ahead. And then it's about how do we engage with that support? Again, this goes back to the planning process. If the situation we're supporting is me leaving my stove on for an hour, how are we going to support that? Am I going to get a notification? Is my remote support team going to be alerted? And what's going to be the level of intervention? Is someone going to call me? Are they going to come by? That's where the engagement comes in. And then what is the outcome? How are we documenting that? What's the information, as Precious was talking about, to show that this is an effective way of supporting me or not? So we're going to talk about a very specific example for David here. It's that exact example I just referred to, and that's the stove being left on for an hour. So David's an actual person who uses tech to help himself live independently. He has lived in his own apartment now for about 8 years. And this is one of the areas of concern that David had. David cooks a lot of meals independently, and there were just a few things that his support team thought were critical to make sure that he was doing that successfully and safely. So the stove being left on for an hour is the outcome that is supporting David. David has a smart speaker in his house. He actually has a couple. So if that happens, if David leaves his stove on for an hour, he's the first person to know about it. So one of the things David said was, I don't want somebody calling me every time this happens. I don't want somebody coming by my house every time this happens. He's given an opportunity to manage that first. So through his speaker in his kitchen, it just announces, David, don't forget to turn off your stove, right? Again, he's given the opportunity to manage that. But to Precious's earlier point, the technology also collects that. So when it's time to sit down with David and understand, are you being supported properly with this stove technology? You can actually see how many times David is having to get these reminders about leaving his stove on for an hour. So even if the support team never gets a notification, you still have that information to be able to take any actions or make any changes as you go along with tech. So that's the first step in David's tech support. He gets an opportunity to manage that first. If David doesn't hear it, doesn't turn it off for whatever reason, his stove stays on for another 5 minutes. Again, now he has that backup. His team is available. They get notifications. David left his stove on now for an hour and 5 minutes. And that's when they're going to reach out and engage with David. So in David's situation, it's a phone call. For somebody else, it may be a two-way audio video session. Again, the method doesn't really matter. But they're going to give David a call and try and triage the situation over the phone. Hey, Dave, we saw you left your stove on. You mind going and checking on it, make sure everything's turned off. And they can see in real time through their portal or through their mobile app that the stove actually got turned off. So now they can engage in that situation in real time. But if for some reason, let's say David doesn't answer the phone, right? The next step in the process in supporting David is to send somebody by his house. So again, that's going back to the planning process, right? So it's not just, hey, we put some tech in David's home to know that a stove is left on, right? It's, what are we trying to support for David, and what are the actions going to be if this situation arises? So that's kind of the full process. David is given many opportunities to manage it completely independently, but he still has the backstop there of his support team if it gets to that point. So what are the outcomes for David? As I said earlier, David actually lives in his own home. David, when he was 23 years old, had just gone through a program at a local university to help him gain a lot of the skills he needed to be more independent. He had said all along, I want to have my own place. There was a lot of concern from his family in particular about how they were going to make that possible, just because they wanted to ensure that he was safe. And technology was one of the tools that allowed that to happen. The supports David receives are just drop in. So he doesn't have someone in his home all the time. There's scheduled times that people come by and check in on David, make sure everything is okay. And then all the other supports he receives are just as needed. If a tech alert is generated, then his support team responds. And they have those backups in place. About 2 years into David's supports with tech, his support team sat down and did an analysis of if David was being supported in a different environment, what would that cost versus what it costs, how they're currently supporting him. And they found is about a savings of about $80,000 overall in the supports that they're providing for David through using tech. So you can see that that investment of a couple $1,000s in technology paid itself off really quickly.
If I need to check the resources I'm safe, if I don't have staff anymore. Does it feel like not have staff in the house? Free your life. Something in my house in the increments.
So we're going to preface that video, but we will now provide a follow-up for that video. So Precious.
I think the important example here, that was a person that we supported, and she's fully supported here in Washington, D.C., 100% using enabling technology. This is a person that previously had grew up in the system, aged out of child and family services, and began receiving services in a rehab setting, eventually moved down to a supportive living setting, and was with 3 people, and then eventually 2, and then eventually 1. So, but during that time, she was always supported, someone in her face 24/7. Actually, those were her words. And the thing is, she does need assistance. She does need help. She does need those reminders, similar to David, the story we talked about with the stove. But she didn't need someone in her face 24/7, especially after introducing technology, or technology being introduced to us. When we started to use more technology in place of somebody physically in your face 24/7, she began to improve. And then we were able to, she was able to live by herself and us to get out of the way, so that she can live the life that she wanted to live, which was to blend the community, raise her child, and live as independent as possible. Technology provided a way for us to do that while still providing the safeguards that she needed, the things that she expressed that she wanted assistance with, and we're able to still communicate with her. And I'll give you a quick example. She's saying free at last, free at last. Before, she might have not gone to all of her doctor's appointments, let's just say that. Because in her words, we were cramping her style. We were going to the doctor's appointment with her, and then the doctor, because of our presence, was talking directly to the staff person. Just something that happens very naturally. We are fighting a good fight, but it's something that still happens out there in our communities, right? So we were going with her, and she was not able to really engage with her doctor and have the relationship because we were present. So by her, and also present on the bus, going with her to the appointment, transportation, all of that other stuff. So by using technology, what Jason was talking about is not just confined to the home itself. We make the technology work for the person to live the way they want to live. So for example, for her to leave her home and still have the supports in her ear, she does have, and actually she has 2 phones. She showed me today, 2 phones. And she's able to use her Apple AirPod in her ear, and the staff person is still with her. So she's out in the community. She figured out, she goes, I can't remember what bus, and they're FaceTiming. Well, she doesn't look any different than anybody else on the street that's FaceTiming. She looks just as all of us are doing and probably doing right now on her phone and in the community, but she is actually receiving support. So she's able to go to her doctor's appointment, receive the transportation support, get to the doctor's appointment, and actually be reminded and given prompts as to questions she needs to ask the doctor. The doctor has no idea that we're on her phone. The doctor has no clue that she's receiving support. And now it is her in the face of the doctor, and she's learning how to do this independently without having us, in her words, cramp her style. So she's able to get a reminder. Don't forget to ask the doctor about the script. Don't forget to ask the doctor about this. These are things that we would have been doing and naturally probably jumping in front of her to do it if we were present. But now she has a relationship with the doctor. She's learning how to ask the question, and she's coming back with the necessary information. She can discuss it with her nurse or whoever she needs to discuss it with when she gets home. She gets home, we're able to provide continuous support 24 hours a day, but it's the technology that allowed that to happen, and for her to be the front-facing person in her own community, in her own life. And the technology is helping us do that. And when she gets home and she's able to provide even technology, Jason talks about having somebody go to the house, but there's even technology that allows us to turn off a device or turn off a stove or whatever they're using remotely. So we don't even have to show up all the time, even in that case. But when it's needed, we're able to be there when it's needed. But she supported 100% remotely in the District of Columbia. And she is excited about that. And what you heard her say is, how has technology helped her out? Free at last, free at last. That's what she said. Because she now has the freedom to live her life, but still receive the supports necessary that she has deemed necessary in her ISP. And that's what we're here to do.
All right, we wanted to leave. Yes. Applause is okay.
The applause is for her, really. The applause
Absolutely.
is for her. And she couldn't be here today. She was here earlier, but she said she had to go because she has a life. But she had to go and live the life that she has created. But she was here earlier today, and she did, make her rounds.
All right, we've got about 10 or 15 minutes. We want to leave some time for questions. So you have Precious here, who's actually implemented tech. Bring your questions. I'm going to repeat the question just so everybody in the room can hear it. The question was, how did DDS respond to remote services?
I felt like that was a setup in a DDS sponsored conference. It is a setup? Well, if it's a setup, they were absolutely fantastic. No, the thing about it is that, of course, technology is still new. And folks are scared to use technology. People, it has nothing to do with age. It doesn't have to do with anything. People are generally pretty afraid of the iRobot phase coming into existence. And so there were some fears, I can say that. But I can say that her service coordinator was phenomenal in really seeing what could happen in a person's life if they were given the opportunity to do so. We say we're person-centered. We say we want people to live their best life, but sometimes we step in the way of that happening. But her service coordinator was fantastic. So that became the liaison for us to speak on our behalf and really on her behalf. So everything wasn't copacetic in the beginning. And there are issues that happen when you're trying to implement something new in any phase, even if it's 100% supported with staff. Things happen. If things didn't happen, we wouldn't need IMEU or any of that. Things happen. And so we had to work through those phases. But eventually everybody was getting on board and she was able to learn more for herself. So health and wellness, the fact is, with the devices that she has in her home and on her person, we actually have more information than we've ever had before. And we never knew that she was having some health issues until the technology got introduced. We never knew. And now she's able, because of the information that we're receiving from the technology, she's able to talk to her doctor. She's able to get the necessary intervention. We would have never had that before. All we would have had is a bunch of incidents that says that she keeps having this particular incident, and no one would ever known.
One thing I want to add to that, Precious was talking about kind of the process of working through it. And when you see videos like Carl that was shown this morning in Harold's presentation, or you hear stories about David or whoever it is, there's a perception that it went from 0 to 100 overnight, right? And one of the things I think is really critical to understand is that when you implement anything, there are timelines and milestones that you want to implement along with it. It's not that someone got a bunch of tech and it's, again, good luck and we'll see when you need us, right? There is a transition phase of working into that's a part of the planning process of having tech, having the same supports that that person is used to, so that training and the milestones that you want to have as a part of making any change to that person's supports have to be hit before you do that. And it doesn't just start with getting a piece of tech in your home. So we talk about all the time, what is the transition going to look like for this person before you start making any of those other support changes for them? And that helps mitigate some of those questions from, you know, whatever human rights or DDS or whoever it is around what you're doing with the tech, how it's going to be utilized. If you have that plan in place and if you have that overlap and transition, that's really, really helpful in that process.
And what you can't do is what if yourself to death, because what if can happen right here. What if? I have no idea what's about to happen in the next 10 seconds. No idea. But when we get there, we'll figure it out in the next 10 seconds. The same thing goes with people being introduced to technology. We can't guarantee. Only thing we have to do is learn through the process, like we all have been given the right to do. And people that we support have the same right to learn, to grow, to experience, to mess up, which is a part of life, as we do. So we just have to talk about it, create everything we can think of, but you can't what if everything. There's no plan for everything. That doesn't exist. This is called life. It's not a manual. So we just have to just work through the questions as they come up, but plan as best as we can, like we would do any other ISP.
Great first question. Who can top it? Who else has got a question? Yes, sir.
Just within that use case, and following up on that, what organizational impacts of the service provider individuals who are involved in her life, how did that fall back into how you operated in supporting her, and what changes and impacts occurred on the
Yeah,
supply
so this
side?
is just not a change just for the person being supported. It's a full organizational change. And you found out how, you can say we found out just how person-centered we were not when we started to, try to pull back, right? Because we've been 80 years of, our organization has been there 160 years, but I can say probably all that time, we've always been in somebody's life, right? Face to face. And so for the first time, we had to pull back. Even as a direct support professional, they were like, well, wait, what happens to me, or what happens to them, or what happens if, and what happens that? And we just had to keep reassuring through the process that there's a place for everybody, but it may not be the same way you've been doing it. Right? Maybe something a little bit differently, but let's explore. But I can't tell you that it was an overnight experience. It was something that we're still growing into. We have to support families. I mean, we even had to go as far as, and this is okay, because what we're doing is create an environment for someone around in the life that they want to live. We had to even go and teach. We have tech coaches that work for us. And so we had to go to families and teach them in the same way we had to teach their loved one. We had to put technology in their home so that they can learn and grow along with their family member to reduce the fears. I mean, all of these different things had to happen. We had to change our policies. We had to look at our policies. We had to question our own policy. Why do we have this policy? Why are we doing it that way? Why do we have to do it that way? And if we put it that in a policy, what limitations does it create for us on the other end? This is a full shift, plug to shift. This is a full shift that we had to make in our organizations, but not just within our organizations, we're multi-state, but within the circles of support that exist for us in the lives of the people we support.
Yeah, I would also add that when we go in and start working with an organization, sometimes the biggest barriers to using tech are internal. I mean, people think that it's going to be, oh, this person would never want to change their supports, or their families are not going to buy into that. But we often see it the exact opposite. People want more autonomy, more independence. But the biggest barrier is often the provider themselves not being able to adapt to that model, not being able to get their direct care staff on board with a changing dynamic and relationship. And so going back to that culture change within an organization and planning and the whole process is really key to successfully making that happen. So great question. Who else? Any other questions? Yes.
What, Ron?
Help people, help you clear, to make you see why everybody help each other. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Like, how does the technology help you do like things you would do in your home?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Jason, you want to give some examples of that?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways. So, like in David's example, there's a lot of tech tools that give him prompts and reminders when he wants to do something.
Right, you help him too.
Right. Right. So like whether it's helping him cook.
Right, to help make a bed for him.
Make the
him.
bed. Yep. Yep. And there's some other great tools out there. Life Sherpa is one of them. We've heard some other tech solutions that can also walk people through different tasks, whether it's doing
Right.
your laundry, preparing a meal, making your
They
bed.
help him
make sure you
cooking
do stuff.
food, help him cooking.
Yep. Yep. And then there's all kinds of other simple stuff that are pretty ubiquitous now, whether
Yeah.
it's, like a Roomba vacuum cleaner to help keep your place clean, so
Right.
people have this idea of tech needing to be a certain thing, but those are all great tech solutions.
Give him a chance. Right.
Yeah. Give people a chance. That's
Right,
absolutely right.
yeah, be nice to him, respect him. Respect him, and then don't cut him out, don't argue, fuss with him, and be nice to him.
That's right. That's a great point. Giving people an
Right.
opportunity.
Give people
Right,
the
right.
opportunity and a chance to do it on their own and to learn.
Okay, thank you guys.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Ron. What other questions are out there? We got 2 or 3 minutes. Any final questions? All right, we'll end our session a few minutes ahead of time, which I know no one will complain about. And I just want to thank everybody for your time, for the great questions that came up. And if you have any other questions you want to dig into, didn't want to raise your hand, I'll be around and Precious will probably be around. And again, I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Still on.
All right, so we're going to give it a few seconds and transition over to our final presenter. We're ahead of schedule, so we're going to keep this train rolling so we can get out of here a little early, but we just need a little time to switch over because they're joining us virtually and we'll present to the in-person audience on the screen. So give us 1 second. All right, so just to wrap this great Tech Fest opportunity up. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. Let me take my time. We have our final presenter, Sarah Smalley from Voice It. This is a very promising tech solution for people with speech impairments that enables them to communicate not only with others, but also with voice assistants and unlocking the endless possibilities in their homes to control their home environment. We've all been excited about the Alexas, the Google Homes and Siris, but one barrier has been for people with speech impairments being able to communicate with those great virtual assistants and do all the great things we take advantage of in our homes. So we're going to turn it over to Sarah now, virtually, who will be presenting on Voice It.
All right. Donald, thank you so much for the introduction, very kind introduction, and for inviting Voice It to be here today. My only regret is not being here there in person, but thank you for bearing with me in this last presentation over Zoom. And I also have to say it's an honor to follow Jason and Precious and the other presenters. I think part of what is so special about this opportunity and about events like this is that I think this industry and our field is so incredibly collaborative. And I think we all really depend kind of on each other in making sure that ultimately, you know, we're not just building technology that is cool, but really it really addresses the needs and preferences that we're developing for the people that we're developing for and with, of course. So, I'm from Voice It. I'm going to talk a bit about behind the scenes of an AI-driven enabling technology startup. And just as an incentive, stay till the end. I'm really excited today to present a couple demo videos of the newest generation of our technology. So we haven't presented it before. Donald, I think I may not even have shown you yet. So I'm going to talk about that at the end, as well as and kind of show this demo again. We've never showed it before in a public setting. And I'd also love to talk about ways that we'd like to suggest to collaborate and work together for greatest impact. So I'm Sarah. I'm one of the co-founders of Voice It. Voice It really, so just kind of to back up, Voice It started from a very personal experience and really resonates on a personal level for those of us, of course, on our founding team, as well as on our core team. In my case, it was my grandmother. She was my mother's mother, was diagnosed early onset Parkinson's disease. And the picture on the slide is me with my family. I'm the curly haired girl in the red dress with my family and with my grandmother. Now, by the time that I was born, she had lost most of her motor capabilities, but more than anything, it was her speech that was affected. And even as a young child, I could feel her frustration because it was so difficult for her to communicate even basic wants and needs. And of course, more than anything, this impacted her ability to really build a relationship with my brothers and with me. In the case of my co-founder, our CEO, Voice It CEO, Danny, it was a very different situation because it was a family member who he was very close with, who suddenly had a stroke and found it really difficult to communicate by voice and be understood. So these kind of personal experiences in our families were our inspiration to develop Voice It. And that's kind of how we started on our journey of building a technology to help people with an underlying medical condition, disorder, or disability to be able to communicate by voice and be understood by those who love them and those around them. Of course, what we learned from the very beginning is that this is an extremely diverse community. And I think those of us here are all of us who are building or using enabling technologies or assistive technologies knows that it's actually it's of course a very diverse community. So what we learned from the beginning is that there was a situation in my family with degenerative disease, in my co-founder with stroke, but so many others in our community with a wide range of underlying conditions that were affecting their ability to speak and be understood, whether it's people who experienced a brain injury or were born with situations like cerebral palsy, certain forms of autism or Down syndrome, so very diverse. But that was our inspiration to develop VoiceIt. We built a speech recognition technology that's now our first product, a mobile app that can learn the person's unique way of speaking and then translate for them in real time. Now, our first idea, of course, was to use it to communicate with other people. And what we soon realized, and what I'll talk about as well, is the importance more in recent years of, okay, we don't want to just talk to other humans, we also want to talk to machines. And that opens up a lot of possibilities as well. So how does it work? So I'll show you a quick example by introducing you to a friend of our company, Orit. She's a young lady on the screen, very extroverted and outgoing, speaks 3 languages, she's an athlete. She often finds it difficult because she has cerebral palsy for people to understand what she's saying. So I'm going to play a few words she's speaking in English. And it's just a recording of her speech.
Now I can start speaking freely.
And I'll play it one more time.
Now I can start speaking freely.
Now, Orit has trained VoiceIt, and I'll show you how she can use VoiceIt to communicate with unfamiliar listeners.
Now I can
Now I can
start speaking freely.
speaking freely.
So that's how it works. Now, moving back, so how did Orit or any of our users train our software? So it's really very intuitive, and I'll just walk through quite quickly the main features of our first product, the mobile application. As I walk through the screens, I'll emphasize that the initial training is as much as possible designed to be accessible for people with a wide range of abilities, and so as much as possible to be used independently. So they'll choose a scenario, and then start to follow prompts on the screen to record their voice. Once they finish essentially what we call training the software, they can then use their iPhone or an iPad. Very often, many of our users are using an iPad to then express, whatever it is that they've trained in whatever scenario in their real world context that they're using it. So
can you please open the ramp?
So that's essentially how it works. The person will speak, and then it'll essentially translate through synthesized speech, as you just heard, as well as text on the screen. And our app now is available. It's for free on any of the iOS app stores. One of the ways that we've thought about our technology development is where we are within the place of mainstream voice technology, as well as existing AAC enabling technology and communication devices generally. And the way we kind of have established a bit of a sweet spot in that we really are addressing the fact that verbal communication is a very natural way of communicating. Also, so although there's amazing technologies to help someone with non-standard speech to communicate, where we sit is ability to recognize the person's unique way of speaking and allow them to speak naturally. I want to really emphasize that, we're a group of technologists, so we're an international company. So while I'm sitting here in my hometown in South Florida, we're based in Israel. We have researchers in Ukraine and in the UK, team in the US. So we're very international, but at the end of the day, we're still technologists. And I think that it's opportunities like this today and other opportunities that we have to work with partners and with end users and with families to, again, as I said in the beginning, to really make sure that we're not, building another very cool tech, but kind of missing the boat in terms of ensuring that the products that we build and that we developed are ultimately accessible. And what that means a lot of the times is that although our core technology is speech recognition, so it is based on voice, we really put a lot of effort and gather input as well on addressing what it can often come along with non-standard speech or speech impairment. So whether it's dexterity or mobility issues or cognitive impairments, to try it as best as we can to enable the end product or the technology itself to be used as independently as possible. So one of the examples of one of our greatest partners.
Can I hear you say your name?
My name is Ariel.
Oh.
Diet Coke.
Some technical issues here. I'll trying to get back to slideshow. But in any case, in one of the greatest an example of one of our partnerships has been DIDD out in Tennessee. And we've been honored to be able to do some initial testing in collaboration with DIDD and with ARC Tennessee. And Harold Slows really presented here as well as previously head of innovation there. And that's one example of the importance that we've placed in doing some of our initial testing with our partners. I'm gonna try to get back to slideshow mode to move on. All right. So, so I'll just continue here. I'm sorry, everyone, a bit of technical difficulties. All right, I think I'm back. Able to hear. Okay, great. All right, so actually, as a good segue, given my technical difficulties, and apologies again, I'll actually let our users speak. And generally, we like to say the best way to explain what we do is in the voices, literally, of our users. So you heard just before from Precious Brown from St. John's Community Services. And I'd like to play just a quick clip from one of our users and participants in early trials of Voice It.
My name is Donald Miles.
I'm Donald's sister, Cheryl. I think when I heard about it, that's what he was doing. I thought I got excited because I know that will help him with his speech. I think it's going to improve his speech, and he enjoys it. It's technology that he can enjoy while he's learning, right?
Yeah.
Donald has been using the VoiceIt app on his iPad for about a month and a half now. Donald is learning how to unlock all of the different phrases that has been in his head probably for his entire life. He has so much to say. He knows what he likes, he knows what he wants.
And my favorite point from Brown, I knew it was 17 years. Washington.
VoiceIt coming in creates a platform or a bridge, if you will. It stands in the gap. You know, it helps them to be able to, for the first time for most of them in their life, use their voice in first person for the first time. There's something powerful about that.
And puts out.
So this was an example of how a person uses voice technology to speak and be understood. And thanks again to our partners and Precious and everyone at St. John's Community Services and many of our other partners that we've had the ability to work with. But what we learned from these initial trials is that this first idea enabling in-person communication can be empowering, but that we can do a lot more. And what we started to understand is that the technology, when integrated into existing mainstream technologies, platforms, products, and software, can open up mainstream devices for people with disabilities. And that's kind of been a shift, not just in our kind of technology and business, but also in the way that we think about what our mission is. And, so at first, we had put a lot of thought into, how can we build a separate technology or a separate application to help people to communicate. And now our kind of shift in a bit of our attitude and mission is how can our technology help people to access and enjoy and get use from all of the kind of mainstream technologies that everyone else kind of has access to. And that's been a lot of what's defined, what we've been thinking about and how we've been developing the technology in the last few months. So one of our first partnerships in terms of integrating our technology has been with a small company called Amazon, and we announced our integration in the middle of the pandemic. And what that means is that someone can use VoiceIt as a translator, essentially, just like it translates for other people, to translate for the voice assistant like Alexa. And I'll show you how that works with our friends, Michael and Wendy.
Hello, I'm Michael.
Hello, I'm Wendy. And this is our life with VoiceIt. They developed this wonderful scene which you will see. Alexa, light on.
Okay.
You have
no idea on how many doors you're going to be opening for so many people. Alexa, TV off. Like I said, you have no idea how much this means to him. No idea. We waited for this for so long, and we thought that this would never happen. Okay. This is such a wonderful gift in so many ways.
That was our just the beginning, and as we see as the beginning in enabling one of our users with non-standard speech to be able to access, one of the mainstream technologies that's increasingly the way that we mainstream users interact with their devices. Since then, we've started to explore additional use cases and additional functionalities together with our community of users to understand what would be most meaningful and most useful for the individuals, for these individuals. And I want to mention that one of the most interesting parts of this learning for us and for our team is that, we're exploring these additional technology functionality and seeing, where it can be integrated with, these mainstream devices. And what we've also started to see is that as we, we talk to a company like Amazon, for example, and many of the others that, all of us are using these technologies on everyday basis. The increasing awareness, I think, of among the major technology companies and providers that ensuring that the newest of the technologies and products are accessible is not just, a nice to have, but increasingly a necessity and important in the way that I think even a few years back, it wasn't such a given and couldn't have taken that for granted. And I think I want to mention that here because I think that probably there's still a lot of work around awareness to be done, but I think in our experience in talking about assistive technologies, with other technology providers, that there's this increasing awareness. And I think that that's in large part because of the efforts that a lot of us in this room or like virtual room have done to make that happen. So moving on, I'd like to use this opportunity to talk about, well, what's next? What's next for VoiceIt, and where do we see as well some future innovations on the horizon? Challenges that can be addressed. So we talked about our first product is a mobile application. It has the Alexa integration. It has in-person communication. What else can we do? What other types of functionalities would be most useful? And one of we kind of kept getting a lot of the same themes from many of our users. And I'll share just two use cases here that we've started to explore. One of them is how voice technology can be used to help someone who has non-standard speech as well as some dexterity challenges. So some challenge to interact with a device using their hands. To be able to transcribe what they want to say, whether it's by email or posting on social media or in a video conference, such as where we are now in a kind of or where I am now in kind of a Zoom situation. So we started to put a lot of focus on expanding the capability of our technology to be more flexible in less initial training and to enable more what we call kind of spontaneous or continuous communication. So we we began our kind of initial beta testing with someone close to us who's also one of our team members, Michael. And in the short video, very candid video clip that I'm about to show you, Michael demonstrates his use of the kind of next generation technology, which is still in beta, but he talks about how he uses it as a transcription tool to help him with everyday kinds of tasks. And I'll say this is kind of what I had mentioned in the beginning. So the technology is still in beta, so we haven't quite announced it yet, but I'd like to show it in this forum to talk about, you know, where we're going next.
Hi, good afternoon. It's great to be able to show you the progress we've made in the last few months at Voiceit. To be able to decide what I want to write and to be able to come up on the screen is amazing. It means I can relax and not worry about having to move my hands in order to type.
So that's just a kind of a demo, and that technology is still in beta. So in order to bring this technology kind of into the hands of users, we've started to work on a kind of a voice collection project in order to continue to build this version of the technology and to enable more transcription and other more kind of flexible and spontaneous use cases. And this is where we've launched what we've called Project Ensemble, which is essentially an opportunity for people to contribute their voices if they have non-standard speech, and to be able to join our beta program of this new technology. And essentially just means recording your voice and creating what we call a personalized speech model, which enables which enables the software to learn your unique way of speaking and then to translate it in a dictation setting, as well as kind of translation, so to speak, in contexts like this in virtual discussions. So I'll use the opportunity to welcome anyone who would like to join or know someone that could benefit. We'd welcome your voice, but also your input and feedback in what we're building. It's extremely valuable and important to us. And to close up, I just thank you again so much for inviting Voiceit to be here and present our technology. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties in the middle, but for those of you who have stuck all the way through, thank you so much. And I don't know if we can take any questions, but I'd be happy to receive any emails or notes, feedback. And just thank you again. I'm really just so grateful to be part of this community and to be able to build impactful technologies that really make a difference.
Sarah? I have one question for Sarah. Someone online wants to know, how can we refer people to Voice It?
It's super simple. You can write to me directly. You can sign up on our website. You can write to support@voiceit.com. And we really, welcome feedback and referrals from everyone.
Sarah, if you can maybe drop your email address in the chat box.
Yeah.
To everyone.
Yeah, I'm Sarah with no H at voiceit.com, and I'll put it also to everyone. So it's SARA at voiceitt.com. And thank you, Charlisa. Yep. I'll also kind of mention, we're taking referrals for beta users, as well as welcoming people just to download our app and use it from the app stores. We're also really always open to research collaborators and other forms of productive and meaningful collaboration. So feel free.
Physically and virtually, thank you for your presence in making our inaugural Tech Fest a huge success. Wanted to thank our presenters. Thank you so much, Harold. Harold has been so generous. Not sure if he's still here, but he's been so generous in his trajectory throughout his Tech First journey. So thank you so much, Harold. Our exhibitors. Special thanks to our district partners. Thanks to the folks at the AT Center, the Center for Accessibility, as well as Tech Together. In addition, we absolutely want to shout out our folks with disabilities that we support, and we learn so much because of them. So thank you so much. Also, our self-advocacy group here in the district, Project Action. And we cannot forget our provider network that support folks. Thank you so much to our providers. St. John's, where's Precious? Precious did a phenomenal presentation with her Tech First journey. So thank you so much, Precious. We hear you all the way in the back. Thank you so much for sharing your journey. Also, cannot forget the volunteers. You've seen folks walking around in their white Tech First logo t-shirts. Thank you guys so much for lending a hand in your time. We appreciate it. And where is Donald Clark? He's around here somewhere. Come here, Mr. Clark. Donald has led our Tech First initiative. And we thank you so much. This has been, it's beyond a job with Donald. It is beyond a labor of love, but it is truly mission, purpose-driven work. So thank you so much for your passion and your drive and your commitment. We thank you so much.
Thank you. And just to say again what you said, Crystal, shout outs to my team, my volunteers. You kept me sane. Shout outs to Olive Tree. You also kept me sane through this process and helped with the learning curve of how to do this phenomenal show and production. So thank you.
And our DDS director, our fearless and comparable leader, Director Andrew Reese. We thank him so much for his vision and his support throughout this journey. And last but not least, there will be a survey. And we would love to have your feedback, everyone. We want to hear everything that was good and everything that was great about today. So we look forward to planning in the very, very near future and would love your feedback on your experience today. So look in your inbox very soon. And we hope to plan more tech and less talk. So definitely looking at more ways next year that we can touch and feel and engage more with technology and a lot less with the talking presentations, if that makes sense. So thanks again and have an amazing day, everyone. We'll see you again next time this year.